Pakistan Conference of the Year?
I heard wasn't there one like 2 weeks ago in Harvard?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Keep going. Up Hamage.
I remember.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Okay, Naseem Ashraf. Nice to meet you. Anyway, I recognize you right away. How's everything? Good to see you.
Where are you?
Right here in DC.
Okay, good.
We grabbed the Pakistan and came back to DC.
It's not useless for
Anyway,
you. Okay, it's not gossip for the sake of gossip, let me tell you.
Yes, no.
Nihal, Heather, how are you doing?
Speak is not like the other way around, right? You can't
I
have
met you for the first time during
like,
Global
oh,
Youth
yeah,
Program in 2017.
Oh, wow.
You came to Srinagar for as a guest speaker for the Global Youth Grad, and I saw you there, and that's the first time, that's the last time I saw you. Good to see you here. I'm working for the IMF. That one semester exchange was so good that I wanted to come back to the US for my further studies. Came in and I'm studying in Johns Hopkins Science, and now I'm working at the IMF.
but it's gonna be fun. I didn't even
Busy week.
Very busy week, but I'm glad that it went really well. But yeah, good to see you.
Hold this, I'm gonna go say hi. Oh, I have to introduce you to We've met. I'm Felipe. Very nice to meet you.
Are you all at the same institution?
Used to be. Affiliated, yes. We're like out. She's still there. I'm still there. Yeah, what about you?
I'm over at Georgetown.
Okay.
Right after
I think we met at one of the South Asia policy
the happy hour?
happy hour.
Yeah.
I think it was last semester.
I think so. Nice.
Yeah, it's very nice to meet you. How's it going?
Unfortunately, I didn't get anything on this summer.
Oh no.
It's so tough, so long.
Do you travel in summer?
Huh?
Do you travel?
I'd love to travel like maybe like to a Spanish country and just sort of brush up on my Spanish. But I'm also considering doing like some. How do you? What do you guys do? I was just with the, you know what USI is? Yeah. I was just
How was your year now that it's almost coming to an end?
It's been pretty fruitful. I mean, I actually transferred to Georgetown. I was a spring transfer last year, and I was coming from Boston. I mean, it's been worth it, like career-wise. That's why I transferred.
What about the Boston, DC job?
I mean, I'll be honest. I feel like besides like theories in DC, like local stuff, I'm not watching very DC. I'm sort of I mean, I was born there. Not like the Boston was I heard. But DC is still great. It doesn't really feel. It feels like it gives me like European vibes. Yeah, like Rome.
Yeah, close to that, close to that. And I like Boston. My uncle lives in Concord, so I go to Boston every now and then, and I really like it. Like, I mean, we live in Boston
Oh, that's cool.
versus
But to me, our winter right now is pretty bad as well.
it's shocking, but summer.
I mean, a little too hot even. Like, it was like 92, 93 the other day. It was burning. But I like the turn. It was more clean. That's the protest. The Boston street.
You guys have
But yesterday.
you guys are all about the summer life. I was very happy tonight.
About
I
2
was
minutes,
having that
can I please request everyone to be seated? Thank you.
Right.
Only Peshawari.
Can I please ask everyone to be seated? start in 15 seconds.
Really great seeing you. I was at the OIC when you I was part of the economics team.
Good evening and a very warm assalamu alaikum to all our attendees. Your Excellency, Ambassador Advan Sheikh, our esteemed panelists, and obviously all of you guys, the attendees. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome to the 4th annual Pakistan-US Conference jointly hosted by the South Asian Policy Research Initiative at the Mukhoot School of Public Policy, Asian Studies Program in the School of Foreign Service, and the International Academy of Letters, USA. As we gather today, the world finds itself in a rather disorienting phase, and honestly very hard to make sense of it. I'm going to borrow these two graphs from the Global Risk Perception Survey that the World Economic Forum does every year. And if you look at these two graphs, you see that we're actively in a phase of witnessing retreating multilateralism, rise of geoeconomic warfare, persistent state-based conflict, spread of misinformation, and obviously the risks that come with frontier AI. At the same time, what's more concerning, the very institutions and norms that once underpinned global stability are being tested. If not redefined, power becomes more diffuse and competition becomes more entrenched. The result is, as a world that feels increasingly fragmented, uncertain, and difficult to navigate for states and societies alike. Amidst all these developments stands Pakistan, attempting to carve its own strategic space. To borrow a phrase from someone who's just in our backyard, Pakistan just might be the hottest country in the world right now. I mean that literally and figuratively. But what matters is that as history shows that with challenges comes opportunities. One that Pakistan clearly understands perhaps the most best of all. Yet, we must not get too excited also. In our often realist framing of the nation-state ideals, we tend to overlook where the real burden falls on the common citizen of Pakistan. Rising energy prices, inflationary pressures, vulnerabilities in remittances flows, and a fragile multi-front security environment. We all know Pakistan is not insulated from any of these pressures. And if you ask me why we're here, this is precisely why we're here. To deliberate on these issues, to engage policymakers and civil society, but most importantly, to foster meaningful dialogue with all of you guys. Beyond today, we hope you continue these conversations, stay informed, engage thoughtfully, and learn to disagree with each other. Practice empathetic dialogue, but be willing to agree to disagree, but remain committed to mutual respect and constructive engagement. With that, I would especially like to thank Professor Cecilia Van Hollen of the Asian Studies Program in the School of Foreign Service for her trust and a partnership in making this event possible. I would also like to thank my partner in crime, my roommate, Krish, and I think he's from Bombay. But I think putting this event together is helping a lot, and this really shows when Pakistan and India come together what we can achieve. So thank you for that. But above all, I am especially grateful to Mr. Ghazanfar Hashmi for his leadership, his mentorship, and constant support in bringing all of this conference together. From bringing in speakers, coordinating logistics, to debating the panel of framings with me over call, and it was just yesterday that I actually met him in person for the first time. But we just bonded really well. With that, I would like to, before I invite Mr. Ghazanfar Hashmi to the podium, he deserves an introduction. Mr. Ghazanfar Hashmi is the President and CEO of International Academy of Letters, USA, a think tank organization working to build bridges and promote public and cultural diplomacy through dialogue on culture, arts, current affairs, and literature. He is a famous writer, broadcast journalist, public diplomacy expert, poet, researcher, translator, I can go on and on. He's also an author of 6 books. His latest published book, A Nation Imprisoned in Myths, has been well received by academic circles. I'm yet to read it, but I'm looking forward to it. And it's considered an important contribution to the intellectual discourse on American exceptionalism. With that, I would like to invite and ask all of you to please join me in inviting Mr. Razan Prahashmi.
Thank you, Rai. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, respected diplomats, honored panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It's both privilege and honor for me to welcome you all to this 4th annual Pakistan-USA conference at a moment that is as critical as it is historic. This conference is being organized by International Academy of Letters, as you just heard, in partnership with Walsh School of Foreign Service, SAPRI, and another organization. We gather today not merely as participants in an academic or policy dialogue, but as witnesses and in many ways contributors to a shifting global landscape in which Pakistan is redefining its role on the international stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference has become the most awaited and signature event of this capital. It has been convened at a time when the world is navigating deep uncertainty. Over the past months, Pakistan has stepped forward in a role that extends beyond traditional statecraft. It has positioned itself as a mediator, facilitator of dialogue, and a proponent of peaceful engagement, particularly in the sensitive and high-stakes context of tensions between Iran and the United States. The successful encouragement of a ceasefire and the facilitation of dialogue in Islamabad represent not just diplomatic milestones, but also indicators of a broader transformation in Pakistan's foreign policy orientation. Today we are witnessing an evolution. Pakistan is no longer positioning itself solely as a frontline state in conflict-driven paradigm. Instead, it is increasingly presenting itself as a partner in peace building, a facilitator of a dialogue, and a contributor to regional and global stability. This transition is not merely rhetorical. It is being demonstrated through concrete diplomatic actions. Pakistan's recent efforts to mediate and facilitate dialogue between the United States and Iran must therefore be understood within this broader context of multi-vector diplomacy. Acting as a mediator between two states with deeply entrenched differences is inherently challenging. It demands not only neutrality and credibility, but also the trust of the parties involved. As we look forward, several key questions emerge. Can Pakistan institutionalize its role as a mediator and peacemaker? Can it maintain a delicate balance between major powers without compromising its strategic autonomy? Can it align its foreign policies with its economic realities? And perhaps most importantly, can it sustain a long-term vision that transcends immediate challenges? I think the forums such as this conference play a crucial role in addressing these questions. They provide a platform for dialogue, reflection and exchange of ideas, They bring together scholars, experts, and policymakers who can critically examine ongoing developments and contribute to shaping future directions. As member of the intellectual and policy community, we have a responsibility to engage with these issues thoughtfully and constructively. The relationship between Pakistan and the United States in particular remains significant. While this relationship has experienced periods of strain, it also offers opportunities for renewed engagement based on mutual respect and shared interest. Dialogue such as the one facilitated through this conference can contribute to building a more constructive and forward-looking partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today needs voices of reason, platform for dialogue, and the actors willing to bridge divides. Conflict, polarization, and mistrust have dominated international relations for far too long. It's in such an environment, even modest steps toward dialogue and understanding carry immense value. Let's use this platform to explore new ideas, challenge assumptions, and identify pathways for cooperation. In the end, I would like to reiterate that this conference is not just about analyzing Pakistan's role. It is about understanding how states can contribute to a more stable and peaceful world. Pakistan's evolving position offers important insights into this broader question. I am thankful to our keynote speakers, Mr. Ahsan Iqbal, Federal Minister for Planning and Development, Excellency Rizwan Saeed Sheikh, Pakistan's Ambassador to the United States, and Ambassador Sada Kambar, former first US Special Envoy to OIC, and all honorable panelists for accepting our invitation and participating in this conference with sessions full of thoughtful discussion. I am also grateful to my friends, diaspora leaders and panelists who have traveled from Pakistan and other cities of the country to participate in today's conference. Special thanks to Mr. Dr. Amjad Saqib and Mr. Zafar Masood coming from Pakistan, Mr. Tahir Javed, Dr. Asif Qadir, Mr. Umar Khwaja from Houston, Mr. Hafiz Khan and Dr. Khalid Mahmood from Dallas, and Dr. Imran Sharif from California. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference will go a long way in highlighting the image of Pakistan as a country playing its important and critical role on the center stage of the world. Thank you very much. So our first keynote speaker is Mr. Ahsan Iqbal, Federal Minister for Planning and Development. He is joining us through Zoom. So I think there is an issue. So I request His Excellency Rizwan Saeed Sheikh, Ambassador of Pakistan to the United States, to come and give a keynote address. Mr. Swan Singh.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The team that has organized this event, its fourth edition, Dragon Soup and others, Ambassador Sarah Kambarsa, Ambassador Occupies, Mrs. Farah Javed, Dr. Amjad Saqib, Faryaz Parsa, Dr. Karim Sir, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor and pleasure to be part of this event for the second time. Last time when it was held, it was immediately after the India-Pakistan 88-hour conflict in May last year it was held. And I really don't understand how Mr. Ghazan Hashmi finds the right timing to host events that certainly become relevant and actually as relevant as they can get. So I'm sure Minister Hassan Iqbal will shed more light on where and how Pakistan sees itself and how it fares in the current scheme of things. But since we are in an academic setting and there is a day-long activity of different panels that will examine and explore different aspects of Pakistan as a nation state in South Asia. Some of the questions that actually been posed by Mr. Ghazan Hashmi and some relevant ones in the statement that he just made. So I will utilize this academic setting to put perhaps things in perspective, to lend some key terms, some key words that perhaps may be utilized for any analysis on Pakistan. They can serve perhaps as a context, as a backdrop. And since it is an academic setting, so there are always key words that you need to leave with an academic audience. And I'll try that, just to lend you with a context or a few lenses that describe the significance of Pakistan. And I'll try to make them sequential as well. So starting with the first word that I want to leave with you in terms of looking at anything and everything about Pakistan. This matters from day one of our independent existence, and that is geography. Pakistan's geography is of supreme significance in how our nation came into existence and how it has fared over the past almost 8 decades. We will be having our 79th independence anniversary in about less than 4 months. But geography has been significant. It has been so significant that Pakistan, if I want to remind you, was born in a very happening place. Its geography was so significant that the first lease of life that was afforded to the country for reasons of geography, for reasons of politics in that geography, for reasons of no lack, no dearth of goodwill that we have been living with since independence, that it was afforded the first lease of life of 3 months. This country will last for 3 months. Here we are, 79 years down the line, alive, and dare I say kicking. But this, in terms of analyzing Pakistan, it has to look at, anyone has to look at the geography. It straddles South and Central Asia. perhaps was a term coined before the independent existence of Pakistan or emergence of Pakistan as a nation state. But for all practical purposes, if you look at what has happened over the past 8 decades, maybe 5 more so, 5 plus, Pakistan is practically a part of Middle East. Of course, when it comes to South and Central Asia, we have India, a neighbor from day one with congenital threat perception. We have Afghanistan, and there has been no lack or absence or dearth of problems emanating from the porous border that we have from Afghanistan. Iran is another neighbor and currently in focus, but there too, there is a lot of history. There is geographical significance of a bifurcated Balochistan that we have on both sides of Pak-Iranian border, almost 600 kilometers long. Maybe not as treacherous of a terrain as Afghanistan is, but still arid zone on both sides, which lends depth to infiltration of sorts, whatever it takes place either way. So this is the kind of geography, and then there is China, which in itself is a giant. I mean, we keep telling the world that we are the 5th largest population, but ultimately, in the presence of India and China in the region, we are still dwarfed. I mean, these are statistics, these are important matters that need to be afforded attention and significance. So this geography around us and the turmoils one after the other, the frontline status that we have had in, starting with the Cold War, the 2 Afghan wars, jihad, and the later combat against terrorism, our geography has kept us in not even limelight, in spotlight. And that is significant. What kind of significance, and this is now sequential, after geography lenses, is geopolitics, geopolitical significance. And that has played itself out amply over the past 8 decades, and I have just cited some of the instances. So while Pakistan today appears as a country which is trying to negotiate, mediate, facilitate peace between 2 important nations of the world, this is not the first time that Pakistan has found itself at the center of such occurrences or such important consequential events. There has been a multiplicity of such important phases, such important times in our history, again, for reasons of geography, that lends us a geopolitical significance. So we have had, for better part of our history, a lot of unsettlement around our neighborhood that has, and you will be, I'm sure, looking at what Pakistan could have done, what Pakistan should have done, what Pakistan can still do. But remember that whatever might have been the potential of Pakistan has been defined, has been played out, has unfolded in that geography and in a succession, a series of geopolitical, if not turmoils, discomforts that have been there around us one after the other as a function of geography. Now, the third one, geography, geopolitics, geoeconomics. The same geography that lends us geopolitical significance also lends us geoeconomic significance. While a better part of history has been defined or has caused us to, or has limited or hampered our activity as a nation state, our potential as a nation state, over the past 3-4 years, we, in terms of a conscious, pronounced state policy, the national security policy of Pakistan that is currently in vogue, we are embarked on lending a geo-economic pivot to our foreign policy, because again, as I have said, the same geography which lends us geopolitical significance lends us geoeconomic significance as well. There is a connectivity significance in terms of Central Asia. I have already stated that up above us is China. Down below us, if you just exclude the Arabian Sea, are GCC states lined up. So that is the geoeconomic potential that Pakistan is between China and the Gulf Cooperation Council states. And anything that flows to and fro, I'm sure in this university, in these academic corridors, CPEC has been definitely discussed multiple times, but that is the geopolitical, geoeconomic significance of CPEC. That if you try to and reach China on the eastern side, through Malacca Straits, it's 7,500 kilometers. CPEC makes it 2,300 kilometers. So anything going up there, coming down, not just to GCC, but extended to Africa, etc., Pakistan affords the shortest possible route, and that is geoeconomics. It is still in play in the current scheme of things because whatever has gone on and the Hormuz Strait has heightened or perhaps amplified, magnified the geoeconomic significance of Pakistan. One empirical evidence, and that is as much of an empirical evidence that could have been afforded in a month's time or in 7 weeks' time, is that because of the situation in the Hormuz Strait and the problems that the navigation, commercial navigation faces, the Karachi port has seen more transit traffic in 1 month than the whole year of 2025. So that is the geoeconomic significance of Pakistan, and we are talking about just the one port right now. Gwadar, which is a deep sea port, has certainly important potential in that sense as well, is not even into play as yet, and that has also seen an enhanced traffic. So this is the geoeconomic significance of Pakistan from a futuristic perspective. So summing it up, winding it up, geography, geopolitics, geoeconomics, maybe even geology, because minerals are being talked about, and that is perhaps in the geoeconomic inset that is also being discussed. But wrapping it all up, the future, Pakistan has a geostrategic significance. It's a country of consequence. It's a country that lends a lot of balance, stability, peace, security, not only in the region where we are situated, but beyond. Last year, Pakistan proved in May, in the 88-hour conflict, that our defense capabilities are a source of stability in the region, in South Asia. Today, we see that it goes beyond that, because we were chosen, we were found, and after multiple candidates that were considered by all the parties, that we were the only country that could make it happen. A dialogue not just between the two conflicting parties of Iran and the United States, but a dialogue that enjoyed the confidence of GCC states, the European Union. Even today, our Prime Minister spoke to the President of the European Council this morning, and the whole wide world. So that is Pakistan for you, a country which always had the same attributes, but was never recognized by the world fully for what it is. And what was started about on 28th of February and is currently taking place as we are here is only a beginning. Pakistan, we being the oldest people on earth, is here to stay. It's a country of consequence. It will remain consequential. And while, as was mentioned by Rai, that some of the professors here have said it is the hottest country in today's world, let me read you out a quote by the founder of Pakistan. I have noted it not to make a mistake. Pakistan's founder of the nation, Muhammad Ali Jinnah, predicted it in 1947. That was the foresight of our leaders, because they knew in which geography Pakistan was being created, what was its geopolitical significance, what was its geoeconomic significance, what was its geostrategic poise and future. and I'm quoting, proudly the founder of my country, my nation. Pakistan is the pivot of the world, as we are placed the frontier on which future position of the world revolves. This is the vision of our founding father. And not only that we intend to live with it, we want to see it happen, we want to make it happen. I invite you to focus on Pakistan in the light of the lenses as well as other matters that you may want to look into that I have afforded to you. Wish you very successful deliberations in this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, for those kind remarks. In practice of the ethos that we follow at Georgetown here, I have to repeat an out of the standard speech and expression language for speakers. Thank you for coming to the session. Georgetown University is committed to standards promoting speech and expression that foster the exchange of ideas and opinions. While it is recognized that audience members may not share the same views as the speaker, it is expected that everyone in attendance at this event will respect the right of the speaker and the organizing group to share their perspective and ideas and not cause a disruption to the event's activities. At the end of the event, there will be a question and answer session during which you may ask questions. Please be sure to phrase your comments in the form of a question and keep them short. In the interest of time, we ask that each person be concise and only ask one person. With that, I would like to invite Mr. Hashmi to introduce our first panel.
So thank you very much. Without delay, I invite the panelists and the moderator on the stage for the first session. The topic of the first session is the security challenges of Pakistan in the changing global order, and the moderator of today's session is Mr. Michael Kugelman. I invite him on the stage. And the panelists are, you know that Michael Kugelman is he's a very popular person in Pakistan, more than in Pakistan than here. So, Ambassador David Hale, I request Ambassador David Hale to come on the stage. Mr. Daniel Markey, please come on the stage. And Elizabeth Trenkel, please come on the stage. And Ambassador Tawqir Hussain.
Can everyone hear me? Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Zanfar. Zanfar is a friend, and we've had the opportunity to collaborate on some conferences like this in the past, so it's my pleasure and an honor to be here moderating this discussion, this first panel discussion, focusing on Pakistan's security challenges. And I think that this panel session is perhaps a nice indication of how the study of Pakistan in this town has evolved in recent years. This is a session focused on security challenges as part of a broader conference looking at a variety of aspects of Pakistan, the economic situation, human capital, geopolitical issues. And I think that's significant because there was a time not too long ago when there were events in town on Pakistan, it seems like it was always focused on security issues, whereas now we're looking at a variety of components of the country, which I think is important. But for sure, security is a critical aspect of Pakistan to be looking at, particularly these days. And we have four very distinguished speakers who don't need an introduction, though in fact they were just introduced very briefly, so that makes my job easier. This will be a conversation. We won't have any prepared remarks from the speakers. I'll start by asking some initial questions, and then we'll get to a Q&A with the audience as well. So I think we'll start a bit broad. Security can be defined as traditional or non-traditional. And Pakistan currently faces traditional security challenges, whether you're talking about terrorism or hot borders, or particularly most recently, conflict spillover risks. But it also faces growing non-traditional security challenges. One that comes to mind certainly would be water stress. So My first question will be directed to Ambassador Tukir Hussain. And the question is, how should Pakistani policymakers be prioritizing Pakistan's security challenges today? And where do the country's greatest security vulnerabilities lie today? If you could briefly offer some comments on that question.
Thank you, Michael, and thanks for that.
Hold on.
Thank you. And the these security challenges are being redefined everywhere in the world because these challenges have been multiplied, both traditional and non-traditional. As far as Pakistan is concerned, yes, as Michael said, Pakistan does face both traditional and non-traditional challenges, and they have both external and internal dimension. As far as the traditional challenges are concerned, the external dimension is Pakistan has faced hot borders, Pakistan has faced transnational terrorism, Pakistan has faced spillover of wars in the neighborhoods, particularly to Afghanistan wars. As far as the internal traditional challenges are concerned, one has to talk about the threat of extremism, the insurgencies, as well as societal tensions, and not to mention the economic vulnerabilities, very much there. And as far as the non-traditional challenges are there, you have mentioned water being used as a weapon by Pakistan's neighbors, and cyber warfare. Pakistan also has internal challenges of non-traditional like climate change, heat waves, flash floods, natural disasters, disinformation and all that. So these are very serious challenges. Now, Pakistan has done very well in meeting the external traditional threats. I don't need to recount Ambassador articulated very well already how Pakistan has done very well in meeting the challenges of threat from India and Afghanistan. And in fact, not only that, not only him, globally, both media and the world leaders acknowledge Pakistan's performance last year. So I don't need to sort of go over it again. I think where I would suggest where Pakistan should prioritize is internal. I think externally Pakistan is fine. Pakistan has shown its capability, acknowledged and demonstrated defense capability. No need to sort of spend too much sort of attention on that. Main problem is the internal. Why is it main problem? Because the internal traditional threats affect Pakistan's future. And Pakistan does have a great future, and I agree entirely with the ambassador when he very articulates about Pakistan's strengths, like geopolitical, geoeconomic, geographical. These are all very economic strengths. Pakistan has enormous potential progress in terms of young population, in terms of resources, in terms of Pakistan being an open political society. So all these resources, potential, will be affected negatively if the internal security challenges are not addressed. I think that is where the prioritization is. Pakistan's internal strength will be very limited. Pakistan's economic development will be limited. Its political stability will face challenges, and its national cohesion will also face challenges. I think that is where challenges are. In fact, in 2022, Pakistan came up with a national security strategy, which defined national security as tripod, the defense as well as the economic security and the human security. It's a very good conceptual paper. I'm not sure how much progress has been made in the implementation of that, but Pakistan needs to. And meeting these internal security threats, my only advice is try to look at issues politically, try to sort of address any sort of public alienation. The governance needs to be citizen-centric. That's the most important thing. And Pakistan does have enormous potential, and I think there are ways Pakistan can successfully do it.
Thank you very much. I think you've gotten us off to a great start. I did want us to now bring us to an issue that everyone, there we go, that the whole world is thinking about in the context of Pakistan. And this, of course, is Pakistan's role in peace and facilitation and mediation efforts to end the war in Iran. But there is, of course, a risk of the war resuming and more escalation. The truce is scheduled to expire in a few days. The hope is that it will be extended, but there is a risk that the war will resume. So I now come to you, Ambassador Hale. What are the biggest security risks that Pakistan faces from this conflict, and how can it best work to deter them, even as it continues to prioritize its mediation efforts? And I think you're well placed to address this because you, of course, have served in Pakistan as the U.S. ambassador there, but you also have experience in the Middle East as well. So please, Ambassador Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Michael, and thank you all for having me here and for all of your interest in the topics that you're tackling today. I think, the ambassador, I think, pointed out the most obvious risk for Pakistan, which is the risk borne by its blessed geography, right? It is in a conflict zone, and these conflicts around it have potentially a profound effect on Pakistan and its ability to develop its country and its dreams. And Pakistan has got great untapped human potential in the country, and I think all of us would like to see advances there, and regional conflict doesn't help. Obviously, we also know that Pakistan is highly dependent upon energy sources from the Persian Gulf. The statistics I saw indicate that Pakistan may be actually, of any large economy, the most dependent upon energy sources, so that must be obviously a source of concern as well. And then I don't want to exaggerate it, but anytime there is tension and conflict in Iran, it is felt in the Shia community in Pakistan, a substantial minority in the country. We saw there were protests and some violence last month, so that has to be at least a preoccupation, something to track. But instead of focusing on any questions about the risks, there was also a question of the opportunities. And I think that's what we're seeing today with Pakistan is finding an opportunity here to demonstrate that Pakistan can be a responsible state on the global stage. And there have been moments of tension between the United States and Pakistan in the past. Fortunately, we have seen leaders on both sides, Pakistan and the United States, in the last year and a half, work very hard and very successfully in overcoming differences and finding common ground. Obviously, the way President Trump handled the conflict, Pakistan's conflict with India last year, I think was a breakthrough, and leaders have continued to build on that. And I think that if Pakistan can demonstrate at a moment of crisis, it can be a source of solutions for the United States, that's very welcome. President Trump has repeatedly stressed his confidence in Pakistan's leadership and management at this time. The other thing is, less well known to American audiences, I think this group probably knows quite well, but I'll emphasize it anyway, is Pakistan's relationship with Saudi Arabia, which is often under the radar, but in fact is quite profoundly important militarily, and I am sure that Pakistan is keen to play a role to help contribute to Saudi security. And so I think that's in play here. And frankly, the last point I would make is obviously China. And I don't have access to secret documents and confidential conversations, but my guess is that as Pakistan conducts this diplomacy, it is certainly keeping their Chinese friends in the picture. China's always, when I was ambassador there, was called the all-weather friend, an ally, and That's fine. Pakistan has a right to choose its strategic friends and allies. But my guess is the most intriguing part of all of this is there has to have been some Chinese comfort level with what Pakistan's trying to do, and how the United States can exploit that to our mutual advantage. I think it's quite interesting. If President Trump goes ahead and has the summit meeting President Xi as planned next month, it's intriguing. What is the Chinese objective in all of this? It seems to me that if they are supportive of Pakistan's role, as I suspect they are, that means they're supportive of reopening free navigation through the Straits of Hormuz, which is very positive, and I think that's something we should all be building on. Thank you.
Thanks, and we'll come back to China. I want to stay on this issue of the neighborhood and regional developments and how it affects Pakistan's security situation, though, as Ambassador Hussain said, the internal situation is important as well. We'll come back to that. Next question is for Elizabeth. Ambassador Hale just mentioned the war with India. It's been nearly a year, hard to believe it's been nearly a year since Pakistan's huge conflict with India. And while the India-Pakistan border and bilateral relations remain tense, there have not been any known recent significant escalations. Meanwhile, fighting between Pakistani forces and the Taliban appears to have quieted down since China-mediated talks took place earlier this month. There were some reports of some fighting last night, but it seems to have calmed down. How would you assess the risk of these two conflicts at some point resuming? And what are some signposts that we can watch for that could perhaps give us a better sense of whether things might take a turn for the worse?
Well, thanks for the question, Michael, and to the organizers for the opportunity to be here this afternoon. You know, I think it is striking, as I see it, there's almost a split image that we can imagine right now, where Pakistan at the center of global diplomacy, playing peacemaker, but also, as you alluded to, Michael, a history of conflict in Pakistan's own neighborhood with both Afghanistan and India. And to my mind, for Pakistan to be able to really capitalize on this moment and the place where it finds itself, it is fundamentally in Pakistan's interest to ensure that to the extent that it is able, it keeps a lid on conflict with Afghanistan, with India, and other potential distractions that could take away from its potential to really be able to make the most of this moment and grow as a middle power on the global stage. In terms of the likelihood, of course, it's difficult to assess. I think in the near term, I'm more optimistic in terms of at least near-term stability in the India-Pakistan front versus with Afghanistan. I'm hopeful for both. As you noted, there have been kind of positive signs, particularly after the meeting in Urumqi. I think some of the structural drivers of the Afghanistan-Pakistan conflict are just particularly challenging in this moment. But nonetheless, after a pretty significant kinetic campaign that Pakistan has launched over the last couple of months, which was termed open war in Afghanistan, they certainly have sought to send the Taliban a message, and we have seen a drop in attacks coming from across the border. So I think looking forward, you know, if indeed the border is able to remain open, if we're able to see particularly trade start to resume, that would be critical. But there's also the risk. We've seen in Islamabad over the past several months a couple of attacks within Islamabad, so outside of the parts of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Balochistan where the majority of attacks have been based. And so to the extent that we start seeing more attacks of that nature outside the periphery, I think that would certainly be a warning sign of things to come. On the front with India, you know, I think it's notable as we come up on the one-year anniversary of the May crisis to look at the crisis that wasn't last November with the explosion in the car near Red Fort in Delhi. That was certainly a moment where I caught my breath and was waiting to see which way things would unfold, but notably we did not see the sort of rhetoric that we might have expected coming from the Indian side, and we've heard that there has been perhaps a bit of progress made in unofficial track 2 channels as well. And so I think, you know, all of that suggests that this is a moment, perhaps a window of opportunity where the two sides could look at reestablishing some sort of quiet back channel, just given the lack of communications channels that exist between the two sides. And just lastly here, one thing to flag, of course, is we think of these as discrete theaters, but I think there is a risk, and something to keep an eye on, is the extent to which, particularly in public rhetoric, they can be mixed, right? With accusations that India is allegedly sponsoring activities with the Taliban and deepening their relationship there. The conflict in Balochistan, of course, is another that comes up here, and I think that was a particularly challenging risk factor here that could really muddy the waters if perceptions of those accusations grow, if there is an intensification of attacks, for example, in a place like Balochistan. That could also be a risk factor here to look forward to in terms of broader regional stability, though certainly hope that the calm we've seen holds.
So thanks. So China, we've already heard China mentioned a few times. China continues to be a critical Pakistani security partner in different ways. I think, as we all know, Pakistan deployed significant amounts of Chinese arms and technology in its conflict with India last year. As was noted before by Ambassador Hale, China has also played a key mediating role in a number of areas. It mediated talks between Pakistan and the Taliban. It has endorsed Pakistan mediation efforts on Iran war, that's quite clear. So this is a message, a question for Dan. How would you assess the strength of China-Pakistan security ties today? And do you see any tension points, including, for example, threats to Chinese interests in Pakistan, having Chinese concerns about terrorist threats to their assets? How do you see China-Pakistan security ties impacting broader regional stability considerations, particularly India-Pakistan tensions? I guess two questions for you.
Great, thanks, Michael, and thanks for the opportunity to join this great panel. We've already had a good start to the conversation. Look, the way I think about the China-Pakistan relationship is that security and the military-to-military, and to some extent intelligence and technology relationship, is the hard core of their partnership. And this dates back now decades. So if one needs to understand what draws and keeps China and Pakistan together, it is these central, I would say for Pakistan at times even vital technologies and access to capabilities, but also a sense that they are each other's important principal partners, at least in their nearby neighborhood. And by that, I mean with respect to India. So Pakistan plays an important role for China, in a sense, distracting or balancing against India. And I think Pakistan, rightly in my view, sees China as a reliable partner against India. And you pointed to Pakistan's heavy reliance on Chinese military equipment, noteworthy use of jets, air-to-air missiles supplied by the Chinese in the May conflict with India. So this is at the core of the relationship. Everything else is somewhere between fully peripheral and kind of manageable. That is, I think China's interests in Pakistan and in the region remain somewhat more narrow than you might expect. China is, yes, certainly willing to permit, perhaps even encourage Pakistan to play this mediating role in the Iran war. But that's because I think China recognizes that its interests are less directly harmed by this conflict, but also that the opening of the Strait of Hormuz and kind of at least some kind of a settlement to this conflict would also serve China's broader purposes in stabilizing the region. So China, in my view, has been very careful to keep the aperture of its interests narrow. And this applies to Afghanistan as well, and even to the the Pakistan-Afghanistan conflict, where yes, China's playing a role, a diplomatic role between the two, but China's ambitions, I think, remain, I would say, limited. The expectations in the near term of a solution to that conflict are limited. The expectations for China to project influence into the region and to exploit opportunities in Afghanistan are limited. And this is in spite of the fact that China is obviously a major world power, is assuming the role of a kind of a second superpower in some ways. And one would expect, I would even expect, that China might take on a more ambitious approach to the region. Instead, it has maintained, again, a narrow approach. Now, whether that will hold, I don't know. It's possible, some people are speculating that even this war with Iran is a kind of a tipping point or a turning point in kind of a global power balance, which the United States is losing a step. And the key beneficiary to that would be China. It's possible, but China seems not eager to jump into that role, not eager to take on the mantle, and certainly not the responsibilities of a guarantor of regional stability or much else. I think it's worth keeping that in mind. So narrow, hard core of security relations, unite the two. Limited Chinese ambitions define the rest of the relationship.
Thank you. So I want to dig in a bit more on some of these internal security challenges in Pakistan. And I don't mean to understate the importance of non-traditional security challenges, but these questions do focus on hard security challenges, particularly militancy. In previous years, Islamic State Khorasan province, ISKP, was viewed as one of Islamic State's most active and dangerous regional affiliates. And it's now become more active globally, but it has been relatively quiet in recent months in the Afghanistan-Pakistan region where it's based, though everyone would remember that it did claim a horrific attack on a Shia mosque in Islamabad back in January. So, and this and subsequent questions are to anyone who would like to respond. How much of a threat does ISK or ISKP pose to Pakistan today? Want to take a crack at that?
I'll have to kick things off and then hopefully others will jump in. So this, I would say, of course, is difficult to gauge, right? Michael, you alluded to the attack that we had seen in Islamabad, which was one of those that took place outside of the periphery, and so I think was particularly notable in that regard. I will say I've heard more optimism from contacts that I've been speaking to in Pakistan, specifically with regards to progress that has been made in combating ISK, and progress particularly given the way that they are networked and gaining greater visibility into their operations in Pakistan, and that of this very significant internal threat matrix that Pakistan faces, that perhaps Pakistan has made significant strides there. So I think that is certainly something to be recognized, and I hope that further progress is forthcoming. One piece, though, that I will say I don't know enough to really understand how this is likely to play out, but I think it merits mention that so many of ISK's attacks are sectarian in nature. As the attack in Islamabad was focused on the Shia population, we are in the midst of a conflict involving Iran. Pakistan is home to the second largest Shia population in the world, and so depending on how this broader regional conflict plays out, we've already seen examples, for example, when the U.S. Israel-Iran conflict first began, and there were large-scale protests across Pakistan led by primarily members of the Shia community. I was concerned at that time that those could perhaps be easy targets for this sort of an attack by a group that was looking to target a group because of their sectarian affiliation. Fortunately, that seems to have been largely contained, but I think it's always something to bear in mind, particularly at a moment that is as volatile as this one. And so perhaps, I think in summary, some progress, but much remaining to be done there.
Thank you. Anyone else want to address that before we go to the next question? Okay. Okay, I admit another question in the category of sort of difficult to gauge, but I think it's important given the significance of this. We've already discussed TTP, and I think we can all agree that TTP is really one of the most potent, dangerous groups operating inside Pakistan. And as we know, Pakistan has, or TTP has ramped up the attacks in Pakistan since the Taliban returned to power in Afghanistan, and we know that Pakistan has accused the Taliban in Afghanistan of sheltering the group. It's an allegation that's been a core driver of recent tensions and violence between Pakistani forces and the Taliban. But my question is, what do we know, or what can we say about the threat posed by TTP elements, TTP forces based inside Pakistan? I guess if I would put it differently, if the Taliban in Afghanistan were to curb TTP, if it were to curb cross-border attacks, I think that might be a big if. If that were to happen, would this sufficiently address the threat posed by TTP terrorism in Pakistan? So again, this is directed at anyone who would like to address this.
Good question, Michael. The way I see it, TTP actually exists both in Pakistan and Afghanistan. It's not that it exists in one place and has and the sort of hideouts. It exists both. I mean, at least 600,000 TTP members are in Afghanistan, and then you have a large number within Pakistan as well. So Pakistan has done very well as far as dealing with the TTP in Afghanistan is concerned, with the attack from the hideouts, with the border control, as well as because of the recent efforts by China to help Pakistan and Afghanistan TTP.
सर माइक जरा करीब कर दें आपकी आवाज़ सुने.
But as far as the Pakistan side of the TTP is concerned, I think Pakistan still has problems. These organizations have become very sophisticated in how they use technology, and they still have some degree of, I think, perhaps domestic support. We need to address this challenge, not only in a kinetic manner, but also politically, how to sort of get the people on the area, on the side and experience with them. So even if the Afghan side is taken care of, which will never be taken care of fully, the challenge of TTP within Pakistan is very many.
Anyone else? One more question, then we'll open up to the audience. I mean, here we are sitting in Washington. I think we have to look at Pakistan's relationship with the U.S. in this context. So the question is essentially how can security cooperation best work between the U.S. and Pakistan? I think it's notable that this somewhat surprising resurgence in U.S.-Pakistan cooperation over the last year plus, it's focused on a lot of non-security issues, including cooperation on exploiting critical mineral reserves and others. But I think that the turn began early on in the second Trump administration when Pakistan cooperated with the U.S. to apprehend ISKP terrorists that, according to the U.S., was involved in the Abbey Gate attack in Kabul in 2021. But how can this relationship, how can the security relationship best work? On a transactional level, and to be very blunt about it, what can Washington offer that Beijing does not? That's one question. Should counterterrorism be the main focus, or can and should it go further than that? And, I'm sorry to get into speculative stuff here, but it's always interesting to do this. If there were to be a Pakistan-mediated deal, U.S.-Iran deal, do you think that Islamabad might try to leverage that to try to secure more gains from its security relationship with Washington? And if yes, how? So, a series of questions that are posed to U.S.-Pakistan security ties. Who'd like to start?
I'll kick it off. Look, I think you're right that it started with counterterrorism, and you described that as narrow and transactional, but I would say that that remains an area of some common interest, which is, of course, going to be the foundation for cooperation between any two countries. Two additional areas which I think are worthy of mention. One is Pakistan's, at least initial decision, announced to play some role in Gaza and in a peace arrangement there, which has a security component to it. Now, exactly how that's going to unfold, what Pakistan will deliver, on what timeline, and so on and so forth, we can't say. But what we can say is that Pakistan, in many ways, remains one of a small number of relevant large militaries that are important both in Asia and in the Middle East. And that brings me to the last point. I think Ambassador Hale sort of already pointed to the Pakistan-Saudi relationship. What we see emerging here is Pakistan's, seems to me, considered decision to play a greater strategic role in what we describe as the Middle East or West Asia than it has in a long time. And to make itself relevant as a relevant player and in ways that I think at least the Trump administration find attractive. One of the things that the Saudis have been concerned about going forward is that any arrangement, any post-then Gaza war and now post-Iran war arrangement would also provide security to Saudi Arabia, to the Gulf. The United States, for its part, has been quite reluctant to further make promises or guarantees to the Saudis. But if you go back to the Biden administration, you'll recall that there was, it appeared, a conversation about the United States making security guarantees to the Saudis. In my view, Pakistan and its relationship with Saudi Arabia, while not an entire replacement for what the United States might do, fills a lot of holes, a lot of gaps from a Saudi perspective. So therefore, from a U.S. perspective, if Saudi Arabia needs certain guarantees, Pakistan is able to provide those, that frees the United States up not to play quite that role going forward. So that's very useful, certainly, as far as I can tell, from the perspective of the Trump administration. That's something that Pakistan can offer that relatively few other states in the region and the world can or would be willing to offer. Makes it very important.
Thank you. I agree with all that, but I think that the strongest lesson I had leaving my assignment in Pakistan was the danger of inflated expectations built on unrealistic assumptions or faulty assumptions about each other. So while I think it's great and welcome that the President of the United States and leadership of Pakistan are charting together a positive relationship once again, which I think is beneficial to everybody, I don't know that it should be construed as some great geostrategic shift here. And Pakistan has every right to leverage its various relationships so that it has as much freedom of maneuver as it can have. And it is in a dangerous neighborhood. And obviously India is foremost in its mind, we all know that. So fine, and if we can play a role that helps contribute to stability, that is good too. But what often happens with American policymakers, and I'm now a free citizen so I can speak my mind, is that we often believe that high levels of military and economic assistance can be translated into policy pressure. And that not only is the assistance meant to assist, it's also meant to persuade. And what I think we found in the case particularly of Pakistan, which is a proud nation, is that they're happy to take assistance, but they're not happy to be persuaded if they're not otherwise inclined to do what it is that we think is in our mutual interest. So whatever it is we do in the future, and these topics that Daniel laid out are obviously on the table there, it has to be based on a common understanding of what's in our interests together. And then the assistance can be useful, and not the other way around. And unfortunately, I think we will find that American taxpayers and Congress and others often quickly move to the, why aren't you agreeing with us 100% of the time that you're getting all this money? So I think we have to be very cautious about that. The other, taboo word that no one's mentioned yet today is the nuclear. And a big part of American strategy has always been to make sure that Pakistan feels safe enough in its ability to defend itself through U.S. military assistance and other means that are the ability to manage that tense relationship is easier. A country that is feeling alone and unable to defend itself is more likely to be perhaps risk takers, maybe the other way around, I don't know. But that has been, anyway, a mindset in American policymakers' view, and I think we need to continue to keep that in mind, which is why when we work on the F-16s, for example, making sure that they are still functioning, is from an American point of view, it's all about making sure that Pakistan feels it can defend itself when it comes to India. And China may be a deterrent factor. The relationship Pakistan has developed with China may, in a sense, deter Indian aggression. I'm not sure it actually contributes to problem solving, because a big part of security is that. And then when it comes down to it, only a country like the United States that has good relations with both Pakistan and India can actually step in and it'll make a difference in a moment of crisis, unlike China.
Thank you very much. Unless anyone else wants to weigh in, why don't we open things up to the audience? And it looks like we're putting the microphone. And as was noted earlier, please keep your question brief. Do we have any initial questions? I could ask more, but okay, so we have one right here.
I have a question for Ambassador here. He's been an ambassador in Pakistan. Ambassador, the last 3 years there's no U.S. ambassador in Pakistan. And this has happened before as well. So how do you see that, and does that reflect on something bigger and deeper, or is that just a happenstance?
And that $60 million house is empty in this. And you can see it. It is a function of the way American politics chooses ambassadors more than a reflection of the state of the relationship. Their embassies are vacant across the world. As a career diplomat, I don't find this particularly wise or really even acceptable, but it is what it is. It is not a reflection of Pakistan. We have countries where we have equally important interests, maybe even better relationships that are vacant today. I didn't expect the question, so my mind's blanking to give you good examples, but I think Egypt is vacant, I think Saudi Arabia is vacant, Iraq is now vacant. Unfortunately, we are one of the only countries in the world where the process is so politicized, and that's where we are. We are compounded with the Trump administration, I think, has a degree of distrust with the professional Foreign Service. Foreign Service has some answers as to why that came to be, which we don't have to dwell on here, but that is compounded the problem. And so hopefully we can get some nominations through, but I haven't seen any actually even appointments yet for some of these key posts. Like I know you track this too.
Actually, Dan, I'll let him.
Well, I just had an observation based on what the ambassador said, having to do with the way that the Trump administration is conducting foreign policy and diplomacy on the most sensitive matters through channels that I've never seen anything quite like it. We have Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner, who are, to my eye, not sort of endorsed or authorized by the U.S. Congress in any way to act as supreme representatives of the United States, but are in fact the relevant players on critical issues of war and peace, whether with respect to Iran or the Russia-Ukraine war. So this is quite unusual, and says something, I think, both about the present moment in terms of not having an ambassador in certain places, but also about a potential future in which, there has been for a very long time with modern communications and transportation technology a question of the absolute centrality of a structure of international diplomacy that relies upon physical embassies and ambassadors overseas. And while I think it would be wise to have such things and to continue with that tradition for many reasons, this administration has chosen otherwise. I think that may be revealing of a pattern we'll continue to see going forward, both for political reasons and also for these other reasons that we can continue to do work even without them.
Right, and it has been a long time since there's been a former U.S. ambassador in place. Just striking given the state of the relationship. But as Ambassador Hale said, this is oftentimes how it is. And I should say that the U.S. Georgetown affair in Islamabad has got very high marks for her performance at a very interesting time for the relationship. So, other questions? Okay.
As I believe, anyway, okay.
As Daniel, you mentioned that we never have seen what Pakistan has developed a relationship directly with the President of the United States. This is unique and it's great, I would say. But this relationship is between number one, and maybe Army Chief and Prime Minister and two President of the United States. How this relationship you see can convert into or economic development or trade increase, because without moving forward, this will be a great achievement, get lost in between.
I could share a few thoughts and look forward to hearing from others as well. I think as Dan was mentioning, that is this personalistic approach to policy. It's something that we're seeing in U.S. policy towards not just Pakistan, but countries globally. And there is a great deal of efficiency involved. There is a great deal of influence involved if you don't have to work up through many layers of the bureaucracy and endure the interagency squabbles. You cut through all of those layers and have direct communication. But I think there is vulnerability there as well. And I could actually, maybe we can look at the other major player in South Asia and look at the story of what's happened in the U.S.-India relationship over the past year as the other side of the coin in some respects, where we saw such a strong relationship on a personal level that had been built between President Trump in his first term and Prime Minister Modi. Saw Howdy Modi in Houston, for those of you who are coming in from there, and reciprocal visits and a lot of kind of positive out in spirits that I certainly anticipated this time last year we would see continue over the course of the year, but that hasn't happened. And so I think that speaks to the brittleness of those ties as priorities change, as situations shift. We can see a bit of a breakdown in those personal relationships. And perhaps the lesson that can be drawn from the U.S.-India relationship is the extent to which the foreign policy and defense bureaucracies on both sides are still continuing to move forward, albeit at a slower pace, but that work is still progressing. And so if you were to map that on to this question of Pakistan, I think genuinely, to Ambassador Hill's excellent point, first principles, we need to figure out what actually we want to do together, right? So what is kind of in that Venn diagram, genuine overlapping interests, not set our ambitions too high, but truly be realistic here, but to move on that, not to get complacent, not to rest on these relationships as they exist today, but to do the investing in the kind of architecture and the infrastructure of making that more sustainable beyond the next year, the next 2 years. And that is a heavier lift in many ways. It requires doing more homework, making more investments, and engaging not just at that top layer, but working through what is, admittedly some baggage in this relationship, particularly after the 20 years of conflict in Afghanistan when we did not always see eye to eye, suffice it to say. So there's work to be done there, but I think to your astute question, how do we translate this moment? It's also, I would say, for Pakistan to think about what signals it can send, what work it can do internally to really leverage this moment where the geopolitical winds are at its sails.
I'll just add to that, Ambassador Hill recalled an, I would say, earlier era in which U.S. assistance was at the center of most conversations about the U.S.-Pakistan relationship. And that chapter, to my eye, is over. And I don't see it coming back. I think that there were potentials there, but maybe we relied on that tool way too much, and we had inflated expectations for what it might be. Now we're in an era in which the question is, what transactionally does Pakistan have that Americans would like to buy, or vice versa? I mean, economically, we're in the realm of, let's make a deal. And certainly this administration is looking for opportunities to make deals. And when Pakistan comes forward with deals, whether on critical minerals or otherwise, there are those who are very close to the president, but also well beyond that, so we're open to it. And American business has been open to doing business with Pakistan for some time. And the question has always been, what's the risk-reward calculus, and how do they actually make money? And so I think, if you're thinking about building sort of a depth of a relationship that goes well beyond the personalized president to prime minister or president to army chief, and you're looking at business-to-business relations. And that's been something where we've seen some progress, but not nearly enough to insulate the relationship from the ups and downs of the strategic components and the political components that have buffeted it for literally decades.
Okay, I have a question right here.
Good afternoon, I'm Dr. Imran from Los Angeles. Fantastic discussion. So, President Trump is in alliance with our leadership in Pakistan, Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Islamabad, and head of states are in alliance, and that's a good thing. Now, how does the Congress and our Senate see it? They approve it, and moving forward, are they going to work with the current president? And this president has a term limit, right? And after that, what's going to happen? Things are going to change in the next administration. We're going to go back to not the Stone Age, but the previous past. So, what are you guys going to say on that?
I can start. I think that it's really depends on what it is we ask for from Congress in terms of the scale of it and whether we can together make a case that it is, we're all spoken on this agreement, if we can identify a shared strategic or even tactical goal that does require some assistance for Pakistan to be effective, then we should do it. I mean, one of the things, I was ambassador when, in the first Trump term, he cut all the assistance, right, overnight. Which I didn't have a big problem with because for reasons I've already said, I didn't think that it was kind of a burden in the relationship at that point. But there were specific things that Pakistan was doing that were quite effective that actually don't take a lot of money. One of them was interdiction of piracy in the Arabian Sea, which Pakistan was able to do much more cheaply and more effectively, frankly, not perhaps more effectively, but quite effectively than the U.S. Navy. And so that would be just one example of things that I think you could really make a case with Congress. But it has to be, I think, case by case. Now, you definitely have an atmosphere that's extremely positive, but because it is based on personalities, it can change overnight. And so that is a risk factor. The other thing I would bear in mind, and you all know this, is that there are, throughout this city, people who have had very negative experiences in the past, from the military and intelligence communities in particular over our differences in Afghanistan. I'm not saying they're right or wrong, but that is a mindset that is quite strong. It doesn't go away, and many of these people are now been elected into Congress. We've seen this. People who are actually relatively low ranking and may not have understood all the strategic picture at the time, but their experiences were quite negative. And so that they carry that legacy with them, so that's an educational thing we're going to have to overcome.
Any other questions? Yes.
Yeah. My name is Dr. Veena Noidi. I have a question, in general question with everyone, that nowadays, after these conflicts, one after another we are facing, what the new philosophy of the war we are building over the years. So as a shift from conventional, and state-centric to general. So are the relations and the alliance are going to change in the future?
I'm not sure that the current moment is convincing the world that state-to-state conflict is over. In fact, there are reasons of late to see the centrality of the state-state conflict and competition as persisting. I mean, and I'll point to the specifics I'm thinking of. The Iranian state has relied on proxies operating out of the other countries in the region, whether Hamas or Hezbollah or the Houthis, all of whom non-state actors operating under cover or within other states or parts of Palestinian territories. And all of them have been ultimately, at least at the moment, unsuccessful in pursuing their military and political ends. Whereas states consider to be, or continue to be, in a sense, the hard core of what builds the international system. So on the one hand, I can imagine a world where state, military, geopolitical competition continue to be at the center of the world order. So that's one dynamic. Another entirely different dynamic, I would put in the category of more sort of technological developments, is that we're seeing the rise of super empowered individuals and corporations, particularly now in the AI space is what I'm thinking about. This is not the military issues, but they will have implications for global politics because they appear to be becoming more powerful, these companies themselves to be valued more in terms of the paper money value than some countries. And so it's a very strange moment where corporations and super empowered, super wealthy individuals actually hold in some ways greater capacity to shape international developments in core, potentially increasingly vital areas of technology. This is something that's different. And the question in my mind is whether states will permit this to persist. It is conceivable that we're at a peculiar moment where states are about to reassert themselves over these, and then that would further cement the control of states internationally. I think that's quite plausible, but it could go the other way as well.
Anyone else? We have time for one final question, yes, right over here.
Who's it gonna be?
And if you can make it quick, so I'm getting the sign.
Yeah, my question would be for Professor Hossain. As much as it's a moment of opportunity for Pakistan, it's also a moment to acknowledge that Pakistan's security apparatus has expanded significantly in the last 20 years. And what does that mean for internal challenges, security challenges that Pakistan has, especially with its Pashtun populations and Baloch populations? As much as those are security risks, there's also grievances that the Pakistani state needs to address to have a long-term solution for these challenges. What could be an opportunity in this moment for Pakistan to kind of reimagine these relationships with people on the periphery in its state? Thank you.
What do you mean by people on the periphery?
So what I mean is, people in the tribal regions or people in Balochistan that don't necessarily see their rights being met, I guess, or their grievances being addressed by the Pakistani state.
I think all these issues are basically a consequence of governments. And whether one is talking of insurgency or talking of extremist actions, it reflects a certain degree of public alienation. Now, to resolve this kind of threat only by military means will not solve the problem. Because you need to ask, why is it that these actions are being supported by the public at large? You need to sort of create a division between those who perpetrate these acts and those who provide them the environment to do that. So somehow to reach out to people and address their grievances, help their and their disaffection, provide them economic support, provide them integration into the society. After all, what's happening in Pakistan, what's happening anywhere, public sees it. I mean, whatever the system, public has become much more aware of what's going on around them through information than in the past. And they see it visually, they see it other ways. So I think, and as far as addressing the political alienation of people are concerned, Pakistan has not done very well. It has done very well in sort of addressing the physical threat part, but not the political threat. Is that doable? Yes, it is doable. And first and foremost, you have to define this threat as primarily internal. Yes, there is an external element in it. Of course,
India is taking advantage of that, Afghanistan is taking advantage of that. We can talk about that. But to address it only as an external interference is not going to solve problems. If you solve it internally, external threat will disappear. Because when the adversaries see targets of opportunity, they exploit them. That's the reason why India is not even talking to Pakistan. The reason they are not talking to Pakistan is they can see, well, between the choice of letting Pakistan become weaken itself, or by having a region, what is in their interest? They perhaps feel it's in their interest to weaken Pakistan. So, but Pakistan can stop that by addressing these issues critically, and if you do that, it will help external relations as well, because when your adversaries see that there is no chance now, they will come and talk to you. They will start talking to Pakistan. So these are both external and internal dimensions to that.
Thank you. That's an important question. So we do have to wrap up. This has been a really useful discussion. It's notable that the title of the session was Pakistan's security challenges in the changing global order. But one thing that really resonated for me, and I think you mentioned this, Ambassador Hale, is that there are security opportunities for Pakistan as well. It's really been able to leverage its diplomatic alliance at this very key global moment. We now hear the term net security provider directed at Pakistan in terms of its presence and its presence. But what it could do potentially in the Middle East with its mutual defense pact with Saudi Arabia. There's been discussion in recent weeks about the possibility of a new security arrangement involving Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, as well as Turkey and possibly Egypt. So it's really a very interesting moment. But of course, these enduring challenges, including all of those that we discussed, remain very much in place. So if you could give a round of applause for our panel.
Thank you so much for that amazing conversation. Please, a final round of applause for this great panel. Mr. S.A. Bal could not join us for the keynote due to some technical difficulty, but he's gracious enough at midnight in Pakistan. He's joining us for this panel.
Give my regard to Ambassador Hale.
Yes. Regards to Ambassador Hale.
Yeah, actually, I'm writing an article, a newspaper. It's true, like there's two options that I can put you but actually, I was more about
we have a second session, and that is on economic development in Pakistan, issues and solutions. And the panelists of this session are Mr. Tahir Javed. He is a renowned entrepreneur and analyst. Mr. Tahir, please come on the stage. Mr. Hassan, please come on the stage. Mr. Hasnan Aslam.
I really appreciate
you are. I think we're connected on
community activist and entrepreneur.
I am really glad you brought it up. I'm from
Mr. Zafar
Pakistan,
Masood.
so there was a lot to ask, but I could not
Chairman, CEO Punjab Bank.
due to the
And
controversial situation.
Mr. Asif Hussain,
I'm so glad
former
you brought it
IMF
up.
director. Please come on the
I mean,
stage,
I'm
Mr. Asif
from
Hussain.
Swat, so
And the moderator of this session is Mr. Omar Khaja. He is profession by
at some
his
point
attending
after
by
this, but I
profession.
do follow your
But he is an analyst and social
because I know you would have
So here, I am thankful to Mr. S. Iqbal, Minister for Planning and Development and Special Institute. He is joining us through Zoom, but I want to introduce him and welcome him. He's our keynote speaker, but since we could not connect him, but he is here, so I think this session is also relevant to him also. Mr. Ahsan Iqbal is the member of Pakistan's Federal Cabinet and currently holding the position of Federal Minister for Planning Development and Special Initiatives. He is also the Deputy Chairman Planning Commission of Pakistan. Previously, he served as a member of National Assembly and Federal Minister under different PML governments and held ministerial positions in several cabinets. He attended Wharton School of University of Pennsylvania and did MBA. Mr. Hassan Iqbal is the architect of Udan Pakistan program, which is playing an important role in strengthening Pakistan's economy. He is joining us today through Zoom. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Hassan Iqbal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashmi. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, members of policy and think tank community, friends from Pakistani diaspora, Assalamu alaikum. It is indeed a great pleasure and a privilege for me to join you at Georgetown University, an institution has long helped shape the study and practice of diplomacy, statecraft, and international affairs. For me, this occasion carries a very special personal meaning also. In 1989, I had the privilege of attending the Georgetown Leadership Seminar on this campus. It was an experience that has stayed with me. It reinforced a belief I have carried throughout public life that ideas matter, institutions matter, and nations rise when leadership is guided by clarity of purpose, by discipline and execution, and by the courage to stay the course. I would like to express my very sincerest appreciation to Mr. Razanfar Hashmi, President of International Academy of Letters USA, and to the Ward School of Foreign Service for convening this important conference. The fact that this dialogue has continued and matured over several years is itself very significant. It reflects a serious willingness to examine Pakistan not through caricature, not through inherited assumptions, but with the intellectual rigor and strategic nuance it deserves. This is especially important today because Pakistan, to me, is at an inflection point. Not the Nazuk mode, but truly an inflection point. For much of the past several decades, Pakistan has been viewed through a predominantly security-centric frame. In many international discussions, it appeared less as a country to be understood in its full complexity than as a problem to be managed, a crisis to be monitored, or a risk to be priced in. That lens was never wholly detached from reality. Pakistan has faced serious and repeated security challenges, but it was always incomplete, and increasingly it is becoming outdated. My central argument this evening is simple one. Pakistan is undergoing a strategic repositioning, and that repositioning is opening up opportunities that deserve closer attention from policymakers, scholars, investors, diaspora, and international partners alike. This shift is not cosmetic, nor is it rhetorical. It reflects a deeper change in how Pakistan understands its place in the world. For a long time, our strategic vocabulary was shaped by geopolitics in its hardest form: borders, conflicts, deterrence, instability, and external shocks. Those realities could not be ignored, but they also imposed costs. They narrowed how others perceived Pakistan, they elevated risk over potential, and they raised the premium of uncertainty around our country. And they discouraged the kind of long-term engagement on which economic transformation truly depends. Today, Pakistan is working to move towards a different organizing logic, from the orbit of geoeconomic politics to the orbit of geoeconomics, connectivity, human capital, technological adaptation, and regional cooperation. In other words, we are seeking to redefine national relevance not only in terms of security, utility, but in terms of economic value, diplomatic credibility, and strategic connectivity. Nothing has illustrated this repositioning more clearly in recent weeks than Pakistan's role in helping arrest a dangerous slide towards a wider conflict between the United States and Iran. At a moment when escalation threatened to widen into a broader regional confrontation, Pakistan chose not to remain a passive observer. It chose to act with urgency, discretion, and a clear sense of responsibility. And its efforts have helped support the ceasefire and the resumption of negotiations, and that the first Islamabad talks on 11th-12th April involved intense negotiations facilitated by Pakistan's leadership. Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif, together with the Chief of Defense Forces, Field Marshal Asim Munir, the very fact that both US and Iran were sitting in one room after 45 years was not an ordinary event. Pakistan is continuing its effort to make the second round of the talks successful. This effort has been appreciated internationally. Expressions of support and appreciation from leaders across Europe, Gulf, Asia, and the G7 for Pakistan's role in helping secure the ceasefire, host the Islamabad talks, and sustain the peace process have made headlines. That appreciation matters not simply as a diplomatic courtesy, but because it reflects something larger. Pakistan is increasingly being recognized not only as a state affected by regional crisis, but as a state capable of helping manage and de-escalate them. And let us be clear about what was at stake. A prolonged US-Iran conflict would not have remained confined to one theater. It would have threatened the stability of the Gulf, disrupted the traffic through the Strait of Hormuz permanently for some time, rattled global energy markets, driven inflationary pressures higher in 193 economies, unsettled shipping and financial flows, and deepened uncertainty for households and businesses far beyond the region. Pakistan's diplomacy, therefore, was not simply an exercise in regional crisis management. It was also an effort to prevent wider economic shock with global consequences, particularly for the global south. Whether the next round proves decisive or not, Pakistan has already demonstrated something important to the world, that it is not merely a theater upon which history acts, but a serious and a constructive actor capable of helping shape outcomes. This is why I have increasingly argued that we must think in terms of an economy of peace. By that I mean a framework in which peace is understood not merely as the absence of war, but as the enabling condition for trade, investment, energy security, mobility, and regional development. Ceasefires matter not only because they silence weapons, but because they reduce uncertainty. Reduced uncertainty restores confidence, and confidence encourages investment, and investment creates jobs, and jobs strengthen social resilience. That is the strategic chain that matters. Pakistan, therefore, has a strong interest in being seen not as a theater of instability, but as a stakeholder in stability, not as a passive object of regional rivalry, but as an advocate of dialogue, restraint, and connectivity. This wider repositioning becomes even clearer when one examines Pakistan's structural fundamentals. The first is geography. Pakistan occupies one of the most consequential geographies in the broader Asia region. It connects South Asia to Central Asia, sits adjacent to the Gulf, shares proximity with China, and opens onto the Arabian Sea. In a century where logistics, trade corridors, port access, and regional energy networks are becoming increasingly important, geography is not merely a backdrop. It is a strategic asset. Pakistan's location gives it the potential to function as a corridor state, a transit hub, and a connector of markets that have historically remained underlinked. The second is demography. Pakistan is one of the world's youngest, largest countries. A young population is not in itself a dividend. It becomes a dividend only when paired with education, employable skills, health, and opportunity. Otherwise, it becomes a source of strain and frustration. The real strategic challenge, therefore, before Pakistan is whether we can convert demographic weight into productive capacity. If it can, then the implications are profound, not only for Pakistan, but also for labor markets, digital services, entrepreneurship, and regional growth. The third is resilience. Pakistan has operated under severe pressure for much of its modern history. Terrorism, political volatility, climate shocks, debt stress, and regional instability. Yet, despite all this, its institutional life has continued, its society has endured, and its economic potential has not disappeared. Resilience is not a substitute for reform, but it is an important national asset. Countries that can withstand repeated shocks and still retain internal dynamism often possess greater long-term upside than is initially visible. The fourth is economic scale and latent market potential. Pakistan is not a niche economy. It is a large emerging market with a growing urban base, rising digital adoption, significant unmet consumer demand, and an entrepreneurial population. The question is not whether potential exists, it clearly does. The question is whether our governance, policy, and investment frameworks can align sufficiently to unlock that potential on a sustained basis. This brings me to the domestic side of Pakistan's repositioning. Ladies and gentlemen, no country can sustain diplomatic credibility abroad without building economic credibility at home. A country cannot invite investment if it cannot demonstrate stability. It cannot promise opportunity if it cannot assure continuity of policies, and it cannot aspire to take off if it is unwilling to undertake reforms. That is why Pakistan's economic turnaround matters. Just a few years ago, in 2022, Pakistan was confronting acute macroeconomic stress. Inflation had surged to punishing levels as high as 38%. External balances were under severe pressure. Foreign exchange reserves had fallen to dangerously low levels. Confidence was weak, and the specter of default was openly discussed in international markets. That was the reality in 2022, but that is no longer the story today. Today, the trajectory has changed. According to the State Bank of Pakistan, inflation has fallen to 7% in February 2026. The current account moved back into surplus, and the real GDP growth accelerated to 3.8% in the first half of 26, compared with 1.8% in the first half of the previous fiscal year. The State Bank also said this week that official inflows under fresh bilateral arrangements have come in to strengthen foreign exchange reserves. Meanwhile, affirmed Pakistan's sovereign rating at B negative with a stable outlook on 13th April, citing progress on fiscal consolidation and macroeconomic stabilization. These figures do not suggest that Pakistan's challenges are over. They suggest something more important, that disciplined policy can pull a country back from the edge, that credibility can be rebuilt, and that stabilization, if protected and deepened, can become the runway for growth. That is why I believe that stabilization is not the destination, it is the departure lounge for our economy. The next phase is not merely recovery, The next phase is transformation, and that is the purpose behind Udan Pakistan initiative. Udan is not just a slogan, it is a development, holistic plan. It is an attempt to move Pakistan from short-term firefighting to long-term economic redesign. The official Udan framework is explicitly tied to the ambition of making Pakistan a $1 trillion economy by 2035. That target is a little ambitious, but not impossible. But ambition is not the problem in Pakistan. The real question is whether we are willing to create the conditions that make ambition credible. The $1 trillion economy will not be built by speeches alone. It will be built by compounding reforms over time. It will be built by expanding our exports, by raising productivity, by modernizing the state, by investing in technology, by upgrading skills, by fixing energy inefficiencies, by mobilizing investment, and by ensuring that good policy survives beyond one news cycle, one cabinet reshuffle, or one electoral change. That is why I want to underline 3 words tonight: stability, continuity, and reform. Without stability, there is no investor confidence. Without continuity, there is no compounding of progress. And without reform, there is no structural change. And without all 3 together, there is no path to a $1 trillion economy. This is the lesson of every successful transformation story, whether in East Asia, the Gulf, or other emerging regions. Nations rise when they are able to align political will, policy continuity, institutional discipline, and economic reform over a sustained period of time. Pakistan must do the same. Udan Pakistan provides the strategic framework to that effort. Its pillars are clear: exports, digital transformation, environmental resilience that include water and food security, energy and infrastructure, and equity and empowerment. But the real significance of Udan lies not in its headings, it lies in the shift of mindset it represents. It says that Pakistan can no longer rely on a low productivity, stop-start model of growth. It lays path to move from consumption to production, from import dependence to export competitiveness, from fragmented initiatives to national priorities, and from policy volatility to policy consistency. If we are serious about becoming a $1 trillion economy by 2035, then for us, exports have to move from being one priority among many to becoming the organizing logic of the economy. And that is the top priority for us today. We have to produce what the world will buy. We have to upgrade our value chains and complete them. We have to improve logistics. We have to reduce the cost of doing business. And we have to ensure policy predictability for investors. And we must align energy, taxation, regulation, skills, and infrastructure to serve one national objective: competitive growth. This is the path that we are following under Udan Pakistan. The same applies to digital economy. Pakistan's technology and knowledge sectors already provide a glimpse of what the future can look like. A generation of young Pakistanis has begun to integrate itself into the global digital economy through software, freelancing, platform services, startups, and innovation-led entrepreneurship. What they now require is not inspiration, but scale, better infrastructure, easier financing, stronger research links, and a support that enables innovation rather than trailing behind it. And this is the main thrust of Udan. This is one reason why Pakistan's relationship with the United States now deserves to be reimagined in a more constructive and durable term. Too often, Pakistan-US relations have been interpreted through a narrow strategic frame shaped by short-term security concerns. That history cannot be wished away, but neither should it define the limits of the future. There is a strong case today for anchoring Pakistan-US ties in a broader architecture of cooperation: higher education, scientific research, technology partnerships, venture investments, health systems, climate adaptation, agricultural modernization, and advanced skills development. And I would particularly mention US-Pakistan Knowledge Corridor Initiative, which we started in our previous government with the aim to train 10,000 PhDs in top US universities over 10 years, but it was later discontinued. This program we have again revived, and I hope that through this we will be able to connect universities, research centers, public policy schools, startup ecosystems, and innovation networks across both countries. Ladies and gentlemen, diasporas are often discussed only in terms of remittances. That is a too narrow a view. To me, the Pakistani diaspora is a strategic asset in a much broader sense. It carries networks, credibility, institutional access, technical expertise, and narrative influence. It can help connect capital to capability, research to enterprise, and opportunity abroad to reform at home. In a world increasingly shaped by ecosystems rather than isolated state action, the countries that perform best are those that can align government, markets, universities, and diaspora communities around a shared development direction. That is the architecture Pakistan now needs to build, and I hope that your help we can make it a reality. Pakistan's structural strengths remain formidable, its geography is real, its youthful population is real, its market scale is real, its entrepreneurial energy is real, and its resilience, as I said, is real. And now, increasingly, its diplomatic relevance is real as well. But structural strengths do not automatically become national success. They must be translated into outcomes. And that translation requires strong collaboration between our diaspora and the government back home. The real choice before Pakistan is therefore not between optimism and pessimism, it is between drift and direction. If we drift, we will continue to lurch from one stabilization episode to another, and if we choose direction, then the current macroeconomic turnaround can become the basis of sustained growth. Ladies and gentlemen, nations do not transform because they discover one perfect plan. They transform because they maintain strategic discipline over time. They keep the fundamentals stable. They protect reform momentum. They reward productivity. They build institutions that outlast individuals. And they create enough predictability that investors, entrepreneurs, and young people can plan their future with confidence. So therefore, Pakistan does not need any more perpetual experimentation, which we have had enough. Pakistan now needs sustained execution. It needs a decade of relative stability, a decade of reform persistence, a decade of export-led policy discipline, a decade in which the state learns to support enterprise rather than smother it, a decade in which politics does not repeatedly interrupt economics. That is how all the other countries have risen, and that is how Pakistan too can rise. And let me conclude with this thought. Pakistan today is neither a finished success nor a fixed failure. It is a country in transition. Its future will not be determined by rhetoric alone, nor by sentiment, nor by the inertia of old narratives. It will be determined by whether it can turn stability into confidence, and that confidence into investment, and investment into productivity, and that productivity into a broad-based national renewal. Pakistan is not asking to be romanticized, it is asking to be understood and full. And I hope that, we can now learn our lessons from the history, that it is not our potential, not our talents that has let us down. It is our repeated political cycles of instability, repeated discontinuities of policies that have not enabled us to realize our full potential. We have to now look not to any more political long marches, but commit ourselves to an economic long march. And let me say to our young scholars here that you are welcome back home. Become champion of Pakistan's economic transformation. Our Ministry of Planning offers Young Development Fellows Program and Overseas Scholars Summer Internship Program for scholars abroad. You are welcome to avail them. Come and be part of action. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you, Mr. Islamabad. I will definitely apply for those scholarships. Appreciate your time, and we're going to head over to the panel. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Umar Khawaja, and first and foremost, I'd like to thank the International Academy of Letters and Georgetown University for this opportunity to moderate this very important panel and timely conference. So, I think what the comments that we heard from the Federal Minister are a great backdrop to the conversation that we're about to have. So our panel is entitled Economic Development in Pakistan, Issues and Solutions. So we have a very esteemed panel of speakers here that I'm going to very briefly introduce. And then what we're going to do is ask some questions to start the conversations, and then hopefully take some questions from the audience as well, because we have some amazing audience members here, many of whom I haven't seen for a number of years. And then and hopefully we can have a dialogue. So with that, Pakistan's economy does not exist in a vacuum. Geopolitics, energy, trade, and regional power dynamics are all shifting in front of our eyes. The question I have for the panel is, how does Pakistan turn all of this pressure and potential into real, lasting economic growth? And I'm hoping that in these questions, we'll be able to get to that answer. So with that, let me just briefly introduce our panel members, starting with, to my left, Mr. Hussain Aslam. He is the co-founder of the Resource Group and CEO of TRG Pakistan. TRG's platform of technology businesses employs over 35,000 people globally, including more than 10,000 well-paying jobs in Pakistan. Next, we have Mr. Dahir Javed, a fellow Houstonian from Houston, Texas. He is a distinguished businessman, an entrepreneur recognized for his significant contributions to the advancement of the healthcare system in Texas. In addition to that, he is a nationally recognized thought leader and has led several delegations of members from both houses of Congress to Pakistan. Next, we have Mr. Zafar Masood, who was a member of the board of directors for the State Bank of Pakistan and is currently serving as the CEO and president of the Bank of Punjab. And finally, and certainly not least, we have Mr. Asim Hussain. He was a member of the IMF staff for over 30 years, the last 13 of which he served as deputy director in the Middle Eastern, European, Western Hemisphere, and strategy departments. And it is an honor for us to be on this panel with you. So with that, I would like to just start with my first question to Hussain. Being the CEO of a company with significant assets in Pakistan, what structural disadvantages do companies with Pakistani roots face when competing globally in tech services, and how has TRG worked around those constraints? And then what advice would you offer to other Pakistani companies?
Can I share the mic? Thank you, Umar. I'll share your mic and maybe the other panelists can share theirs. So before I answer your question, just a slight tangent. Last night at dinner at a master's house, I met the gentleman here, Mr. Hafiz Khan, who happens to be the second largest producer of energy shots and energy drinks. And given the time of the hour, I was thinking, Hafiz bhai, you should have had one of your complimentary for everybody in the audience. It would wake us up in the middle of the afternoon. Thanks for the question. I think the way I'll address it is I'll give a very brief story of TRG, and by doing so, it'll actually address a lot of your questions. Because our story has been one of flexibility, nimbleness, and resilience over 2 decades with a lot of changes throughout the world economically as well as geopolitically. So we started TRG in 2002. At that time, I was in my 20s. We had a vision, we had an idea, we had a dream, and we wanted to leverage the human talent and the potential of the people of Pakistan. That was but obviously we wanted to build a successful business around that. So we figured out that we should find services that we could sell to US customers, but provide those services from English-speaking people in Pakistan. You would recall 2002, and many of the children here were probably very young at the time, or barely born. It was right after 9/11, and Pakistan was a very difficult place to do business as far as US was concerned at the time. So it would have been impossible. It's easy to build a business of good people providing high quality services, but if you can't sell it to US customers, our business would not have taken off. So the first thing was, okay, how do we sell these services to American companies? And we thought to work around the perception issues, we would start buying companies in the US. That was a good idea, but in order to buy companies, you need capital. So how do we raise capital? You would also recall in 2002, it was following the dot-com crisis when the stock markets in the US were down to historic lows, and it was virtually impossible to raise venture capital. At the same time, because of the war on terror, dollars were flowing into Pakistan, so Pakistan was flush with cash. So we raised our first $50 million in 2003 from Pakistan at a time when it was impossible to raise money from the US. So you have to keep a global mindset and be flexible and look for opportunities where others may not be looking. Which American businesses were raising money from Pakistan in 2002? And we raised $50 million. That allowed us to do our first couple of acquisitions, grow to several thousand employees in Pakistan, and get our first $100 million in revenue. We leveraged that to then raise institutional capital from private equity players in New York and Hong Kong, again, keeping a global perspective. Then when we were looking to grow our businesses, in 2010, after the Great Recession, when again markets were down, we listed 2 of our companies and did IPOs on the AIM market of the London Stock Exchange. Again, not many people were thinking about that, but we look for opportunities and entrepreneurs where others may not be looking, thinking out of the box. Then a few years later, we bought those companies back from AIM, combined them, and then in 2020, after COVID, May of 2020, when the stock market and the IPO market was dead, we did one of the first IPOs on the NASDAQ post-COVID. We did it entirely virtually, and again, it was one of the first. There was second or third IPO, which was all virtual, and we were able to raise $100 million from NASDAQ. So my point is, you have to think out of the box, you have to be nimble, and you have to look for opportunities where others may not be looking, so you can set yourselves apart and be bold. That's how, good entrepreneurs are always finding solutions to problems and thinking creatively. Now, to address your question, even today, what Pakistan does offer is incredible human talent. And I'll give you an example. We have 35,000 people around the world, 10,000 in Pakistan. Our people in Pakistan outperform their peers in the Philippines, where we have 15,000 people, in Jamaica, where we have 5,000 people, and also in the US. But we do it at the lowest cost. So we have thousands of people working for Amazon. Our center in Lahore is the best performing center for all of Amazon across the globe, serving UK and the US. And within 5 months of coming online, the Lahore Center was #1 global center for Amazon. Also the lowest cost. You don't find that combination anywhere else in the world. So the human capital out of Pakistan is incredible. The challenge is, how do we sell to US businesses? And we solved that challenge by acquiring companies here that already had those relationships with customers, or then once we get to a scale, then building companies. So we have a NASDAQ listed company which has all these top clients. It can perform services from all over the world, and Pakistan is one of the destinations. So that's how we solve the challenge of perception and difficult marketability out of Pakistan.
Thank you, Sam. Mr. Javed, this next question is for you. You can share the mic here if you need it. Okay. You are also a US-based entrepreneur with significant assets and investments in Pakistan. So my question to you is, can Pakistan redefine itself from a geopolitically relevant state to a globally competitive economy, and what advice do you have for the current administration in Pakistan to achieve that goal?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Umar. I was listening to Mr. Saab's speech. He answered every single question probably Umar has in his book, and we have no choice but to repeat exactly what he said. But I have one little advice. He's a good friend of mine. 4 words from 4 of his panels. Please get it done. He laid it out exactly what he needed it, and what are the challenges, what are the different stages, how he can do that. I mean, I was listening and I was thinking that exactly this is exactly the solution what he needs. And I will give you a, geopolitically, yes, we are been selling this, that we are strategically at the place where we can make a difference. And of course, we have shown that in recent days. We also showed the world that when it comes to security, we can handle the situation. When it comes to diplomacy, we can handle the situation. And now, exactly what the question you asked me, this was my question sitting in the audience to the panel before us, how we can translate this into political advantage, if I would say, or how we can drive our economics back home. I would say the same thing, but Mr. Saab said it goes in 3 different stages. When this regime took over, we were talking about default. We were comparing Pakistan with Sri Lanka, if you all remember that. And dollar was not stopping anywhere. It went all the way, touched 300, a little under 300, and it was not stable. So the first step was to stabilize the situation, fix its leakages, and then you can get to the stage to where you basically. So Pakistan, this regime has done this job, I would say, very well. We see dollar is stopped at a position, and not just a stop, it's on a market value. See, that's this foreign minister used to be finance minister, and we have seen these things when he had other tricks to stop the dollar, but not with the market value. Now we are with the market value. So stabilization is pretty much done. Now they need to go to the 2 other phases. The number 1 phase is the short term, like about 3 years, not the 90 days short term, which we have already adopted for years, but the short term of 2 to 3 years, where we should fix. Please listen to me. This one item, electricity. We have circular debt, which is not stopping anywhere. Our infrastructure is so bad, and the prices due to the energy is kind of, we cannot be competitive with our, like Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, and Vietnam are the 3 countries we should compete with. We can't compete with any of them with this electricity rate. So we need to fix this portion. And then in a long term, along with this electricity, there are so much other, which inflation is pretty much, they are working on it. It's not that bad anymore. And the growth is almost 3.6%. So I think we are on the right direction with the PIA privatization. I would really go, privatize every single thing. Don't leave one thing with the government. Everything you have with the government, it has the leakage, and you have your resources being spent on non-productive deals. So they are on a very right direction. Unfortunately or fortunately, you can't criticize much on their direction, but there are so much to deal with moving forward. We have to get to the point where we can compete with the other nations, and then in between we have to make our structure changes. Our structure is does not attract anybody from outside the country. And whoever is going from outside the country, they really, why would I invest the money in Pakistan today? I'm talking about if some I may have my emotions attached to it, but for a businessman, if he can put the money into Pakistan and then if he wants to take his profit out of Pakistan, he has an issue with that. So there is so much structural problems we have to fix all those. And also the tax. We have no choices to broaden our tax base. There are very few people are paying tax, and they are paying all the tax. And the rest of the whole nation is not even paying. There's a parallel economy still there, the cash-based economy is still. I mean, I can speak longer than Minister on that thing, but I'd rather finish it right here with the major issues, and we will continue with the next question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Javed. So my next question is going to be to Mr. Zafar Masood. You have heard now from two investors who have significant assets in Pakistan, and you are the president of the State Bank of Punjab, the CEO. My question to you is, what structural reforms are needed within Pakistan's banking sector to shift lending away from government debt, where it is now, toward more productive private sector investment?
Thank you, Umar. After Tahir Saab and the Minister, pretty much everything has been covered. But since you asked me a very specific question, let me just try and answer that more directly to it. But frankly speaking, everything is hidden into what Tahir Saab just talked about, the Minister talked about for that matter. It's the banking sector problem is not a fiscal problem. It's actually a fiscal problem manifesting in the banking system. And I have a theory called, leaking pond and leaking fountainhead and pond analogy, whereby the fountainhead are the revenues of the government, is the fiscal account, and the pond is the lending to the private sector. When you have an economy where 59%, and I'm talking about the documented economy right now, I'm not even going down the route of the informal economy piece. The documented economy, 59% of the economy contributes 15% towards the taxes. Your structure cannot be right. What's happening is what Tahir Saab just mentioned. The result is that the productive sectors who are making are taxed so much that there is little investment coming through their way, and you are actually encouraging people to go down the route of the informal sector. So this is exactly what the Pakistan banking industry dilemma is. When you have a leaking fountainhead, a fiscal account, then obviously it manifests in two ways. One, the lack of funding availability, and two, lack of documentation. Now, lack of funding perhaps could be taken care of through the open market operation or the or borrowing from the central bank. But the larger problem is in the fact that there is lack of documentation. And we talk about lack of documentation. There is I would say the informal economy, which is by the state, by the World Bank, is around 45%. I would say it's much larger than that perhaps. But nevertheless, the important thing is banks' conundrum is that they can only lend against the documentation. They don't deal in goods, they deal in documentation. This is the basic principle of banking. And when you do not have the documentation, how do you expect the banks to lend? And this is where the banking, the banking issue comes into play, that you cannot possibly find out what the real waste of anybody's worth is and their ability to give the money back. And hence, because of lack of documentation, you have very limited opportunities available to lend to the. There are various ways of skinning the cat. One of the ways is to go for digitization. The another way is to go through the route of approval, whereby they go for the social collateral. But there is an extent to which that can be done. It has to be institutionalized. It can only be institutionalized if we have financial data exchange type offering to address. And until that is done, it will be a problem for the banks to go for for any sort of funding support. On the other hand, the tariffs are making the industry, especially the exporting industries, extremely uncompetitive. When you have so much dependence on the subsidies, there's an extent to which the banks can take the risk on those industries. It is a high-risk business. And therefore, the structure needs to be addressed, as Tahir Sahab earlier said. It's actually a structural problem which is manifesting in the banking system, to tell you the truth. Whenever, we have been given the opportunity to go through the microfinance institution support or through their technology infrastructure, which in Punjab, for that matter, is very robust, we have been able to do exceptionally well. For example, in the last 2 years, we have been able to double the lending to the SME in terms of number of borrowers as well as in terms of amount. In terms of agriculture also, there was a declining trend of total borrowers, which has now been reversed because of the technology support. Low-cost housing, Dr. Amjad Saqib is here. In 200 billion was the mortgage financing done so far outstanding in the banking sector. In the last 18 months alone, Bank of Punjab and Dr. Amjad Saqib has been able to deliver 200 billion rupees and it's counting. We are hoping to get 500 billion rupees within the next 2 years. And we are very confident we'll be able to do it, provided the right environment is given to us. Umar, as you know, I have to leave because I have a flight to catch and I can't afford not to catch it. With the permission of the other panelists, and because your other question was linked to it, if they allow me, I'll just cover that and then I'll take your permission to leave the podium.
Please, thank you.
So what's the, one we've talked about the banking content, the other is related to the taxation piece per se. Really, it's all about broadening the tax base as Tahir Sahab talked about. It's reducing the burden on the productive sectors. There are two darling sectors, and I happen to be associated with both of them. Two darling sectors of the FDI, for FDI. One is banking, the other one is oil and gas, as in E&P to be precise, energy sector. Both of them, in banking sector, the average tax is in the north of 60%. In E&P sector also, one, there is no regulator to begin with, so you can't have even playing field. And on the other hand, you do not, you have 45 to 49% effective taxation. Now these are unsustainable returns for the, and mind you, when you talk about the investor return, the effective taxation is around 73%. It barely left behind, 27% to build the balance sheet of the company. And then rationalization of tariff I talked about earlier. Pakistan is one of the highest import tariffs, and that results into non-comparative export-related businesses, and that's the reason why you're badly stuck with merely textiles and apparels and very narrow food industry, not otherwise. But the real problem is what Tahir Sahab talked about, is in the implementation and the compliance of without exceptions. It's really a matter of political economy than the economic reform per se. If we be able to bring in these three sectors that I talked about, real estate, agriculture and retail into the fold, the effective tax to GDP ratio, although it's a misnomer, but effective GDP ratio will increase from 9% to 14%. And I'm saying it's misnomer because you can still achieve 14% by increasing the tax rate. This is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about broadening the interest rate. It's all a matter of governance. It's all a matter of administration And this is what at the end of the day could be addressed with the use of technology and building, incentives for everybody on the way in the supply chain. Until unless you have the incentive for everybody to be part of the documentation, you will not be able to correct any situation. It's really a matter of, carrot and stick policy here. Thank you. I'm so sorry. I just dragged out a bit because I guess I won't have the opportunity to talk about it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zafar Masood. Appreciate it. Okay, Dr. Asim Hussain, finally get to your question. You have written extensively on Pakistan's debt issues as well as its economy, but I want to bring this in line with current affairs. Last week, the headlines at the IMF World Bank meetings here in Washington centered around the potentially severe impact of the U.S.-Iran war on not only the global economy, but on the region. How will Pakistan's economy be affected by that? And is there a risk of another crisis like the one Pakistan had in 2022, 2023, when Pakistan was on the brink of defaulting on its debt and the rupee was in default?
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess in the spirit of the energy drink that Hassan failed to mobilize, I'm going to start off by alarming you. And then maybe I'll take away a little bit of the alarm by just talking about gloom. And then I'll lead to some glimmers of hope, and perhaps circle back to some of the things Zafar mentioned, including taxation and issues related to that. So first, the alarm. Okay, so anyone who was here last week, maybe even in this building, but certainly in this area where the World Bank IMF meetings, I should say IMF World Bank meetings were taking place. That was a slip. IMF always comes first. So where those meetings were taking place, by far the headline was the global impact of the crisis unfolding in and around Iran, and especially on the region. And even in the best case scenario, where everything resolves very quickly, maybe this coming week, and so on, the global growth forecast was being revised down for this year, which is already almost half over, by 0.2 percentage points, and by IMF standards, this is an earthquake. And this is the best case scenario. And they actually provided numbers just to inspire those without energy drinks of what other scenarios might look like. I invite you to read them if you do need energy. In any case, why is this relevant to Pakistan? So I take you back to 2022. The minister, Islamabad, was just talking about how dire those times were, Pakistan on the brink of default, and so forth. But at the time, when Russia invaded Ukraine in February of 2022, almost 4 years to the day of when this crisis started, reserves in Pakistan, held by the State Bank, were 16 billion and change. Reserves in February 2026, held by the State Bank, were 16 billion and change. Oil prices shot up in the subsequent month or so, even less, by $35 a barrel in 2022. Guess what? In 2026, oil prices shot up by $35 a barrel in 2026. Now, here's where I'll tone it down a little bit from alarm to gloom. Then oil prices started off at 75, they went to 120. This time they started off at 65 and they went to about 105 or so. But the difference is only important in government work. I think for the rest of us, this is big. The oil import bill in Pakistan went up by $1 billion a month in 2022. So far, we only have numbers for 2020 for March of 2026. The change is not much, but remember, the thing started on the 28th of February. So I don't think we would see it yet. I think we're going to see it next month, or when the numbers for April come out, we'll see it. If the magnitude is anywhere near that, when you're starting off at 16 billion, the lesson from last time, it went from 16 to 8 in 6 months, and down to 3 in a year. Now again, going from alarm to gloom, this time around, we are not in a current account deficit. We are in current account balance, so the situation is not quite as dire. Unlike then, when the fiscal pump had been primed, budget deficit had expanded very quickly, and the state bank had launched credit subsidy schemes, which had led to galloping imports ahead of the crisis. This time around, things are much more stable, at least to start. So those things will have less of an impact. Back then, in 2022, remittances did not fall immediately. Remittances is another mainstay of the economy, right? And they've become even more important since then. So this year, too, I don't expect they'll fall immediately. But back then, in about a year, they were down by $500 million a month. If we get that same sort of an impact here, that's $1.5 billion a month. With 16 billion to start with, and even if there's not galloping imports and so on, this is not very much time for all this to run out. So adjustments will need to be made. Yes, stabilization has been achieved. Yes, reserves have been rebuilt. Yes, inflation was brought down from 38, not to 7, even down to 3 or even less at one point. So achievements have been made. The fiscal position has been improved, but the challenges are still there. So now the glimmers of hope in all of this. Earlier on, Ambassador Sheikh mentioned the Karachi port has become much more active. That may be, of course, temporary, but if some of that can be sustained, and especially if other trading countries see this as a diversification strategy even after the situation stabilizes, this could be a glimmer of hope. I don't want to bet on it yet, but something to build on, perhaps an opportunity. A second one has to do with if there is a deal or if there is a settlement and Iran starts to come back to the fold. The global trading relationships start to be rebuilt. Pakistan is positioned, perhaps, to be actively involved in that. And it will not be rapid, I don't expect, but even a gradual phasing in of that, whether it's a pipeline to India and so on, Pakistan can be part of that. So there are glimmers, but at the same time, there are also major reasons for concern and to be wary. Now, all this said and done, before I end, the fundamental challenges that Pakistan has faced, which have put Pakistan where we are after 75 plus years of independence, remain. So 50 years ago, 55 years ago now, in 1970, just before Bangladesh became independent, East Pakistan, West Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka. Pakistan was the richest in per capita terms in comparison, West Pakistan was, in comparison to all the others. It was 1.5 times as rich as India and East Pakistan. And it was slightly better off than Sri Lanka. At the time of COVID, India and Bangladesh were 1.5 times per capita income of Pakistan. Sri Lanka was 3 times. This is before their crisis. They're not as good now, but still. And this was in income terms, right? But even in terms of health, even in terms of mortality rates, especially in terms of education, we have been left far behind. Now, Hassan, you are right. There's a lot of human capital in Pakistan. But with a country of 250 million, there's a lot of lack of human capital. And those two things, so this lackluster is maybe a compliment, I think, or an exaggeration. This dismal growth performance of Pakistan in relation, not to the world, but to people like us, our regional peers, has been truly horrible. And the two factors there are fiscal profligacy, an inability to live within our means by the government, and this has to do with taxation, taxing a very, very narrow tax base more and more, and letting the rest of the tax base, or the rest of the potential tax base, go untouched. And on the other side, a lack of investment, both physical capital and human capital, and the lack of investment stems from a lack of saving, which in turn stems from demographics. Today, and here the comparison with Bangladesh I think is most important. At independence, East Pakistan's population was more than that of West Pakistan. Today, they are 3/4 the size of Pakistan in terms of population. We have just been absolutely unable to control population growth, and therefore it has been very hard to keep up. One thing that people don't realize, when you have very rapid population growth at the household level, that translates into large families. And when you have, just think of it this way, two families with the same number, with the same income, same wealth, same everything, same education of the parents, if one has 4 children and one has 2, who's going to save more? The family with 2 children. And so we have been unable to save. When you are unable to save, you are unable to invest. And when you're unable to invest, you are unable to grow. If our demographic profile, our population growth rate had been the same as that of our neighbors, just the average, some rough calculations I did some time ago suggest that our saving rate would have been 10 percentage points higher. Investment, even without multiplier effects, would have been 10 percentage points more. And you accumulate that over 50 years, we would have been where Sri Lanka was before their crisis. Huge difference. And this is without human capital and so forth. You add those effects in, Pakistan would be a different place today.
Can I just make this hope into more pronounced way? So let me just add on to what Asim just said. The difference between COVID and now is that in COVID it was a demand destruction. This time it's a supply issue. And on the supply issue side, let me just share with you something, that Pakistan is not right now dependent that much on the imported gas as it was supposed to be at that time. So therefore the pressure on the external account was much more harder, because here 50% of the shortfall that has happened because of the supply issue from Qatar has been taken care of through the indigenous gas generation by OGDC and the others, Mari and all, 400 million cubic feet daily. So that's the difference. So let's be hopeful. Just to add on to what Asim said, this time it's very different. Other than the 2 aspects that he mentioned, the local production is much better, and there is much bigger an opportunity to tackle that shortfall than what was there before. On the remittance side too, there's merely a 3% reduction in the last month. But there is actually a larger hope for Pakistanis. Why? Because the rebuilding that will take place, if you look at Pakistanis working in the Middle East, 60% comes through GCC. GCC, 60% remittances that come through are blue-collar workers. The demand for blue-collar workers will go up, probably not in UAE, but certainly in Saudi Arabia and the other countries where some kind of construction effort will take place. And probably, as Asim rightly said, and I completely agree with Asim, without bringing Iran into the main fold, you will not be able to tackle this problem, and Pakistan will turn out to be the biggest beneficiary. Perhaps in the rebuilding of Iran too, Pakistani workers will come handy. The remittances which are blocked right now would come through as well. Lastly, under IMF program, which I don't think is going away anytime soon, what is important is the micro level interventions. And when you talk about micro level interventions, as Asim said, it's the education, health, low cost housing, SME agriculture. This is where we need to demand the leeway from IMF. IMF has no agenda of growth whatsoever. Asim, I'm taking the liberty of trading into your area. But they have no desire, they have no agenda, they only talk about stability. But within that stability, we have the ray of hope that if we get things right on the micro side, I think we have a great story ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that fascinating discussion. Hossein, I want to come back to you. You've heard from 2 policy experts here. What are your comments, and do you have any questions for them?
Thank you. And I want to build on something that my friend Asim said. I was looking at the statistics not only from 1971 when East and West Pakistan split, but as recently as 1985, and the GDP per capita of Pakistan was the highest in all of South Asia, at par with Sri Lanka in 85, but even higher than China. So think about it, in 85, we were more prosperous economically than China, India, Bangladesh, far more than Bangladesh and India, by the way. But part of the reasons that you explained, we really have been left behind in the last 30 years. And the question is 30 to 40 years, and the question is how we turn that around. One is the denominator of the per capita is the population growth, where we have anything but been left behind. And part of that comes back to my next point, which is education. I talked about human capital. We have that in the sense that when children are born, they have potential. But if they're not educated in the next 20, 30 years, they will be left behind and the country will also be left behind. So Pakistan has by far the lowest rates of literacy, not just in South Asia, but anywhere in the world. We have the second highest number of children out of school, 26 million, and that's unfortunately growing. And literacy in Pakistan, the standards, the definitions are very poor, so if you really think about it, this number is much larger. And if in the next, and this is a long-term investment, you know, we should have been like Nehru did in India, or Bangladesh did after they separated from Pakistan, or Sri Lanka did. They made investments in education, not in the past few years, but 20, 30, 40 years ago. If Pakistan does it now, it'll reap the benefits probably in the next 2 to 3 decades. This doesn't pay off immediately. But if we don't do it, we truly will be left behind. And even for businesses like us, we only have 10,000 people. The export-oriented IT services industry employs a few 100,000 people from Pakistan. It employs millions of people from the Philippines, which is a fraction of the size, which is a third of the size of Pakistan. And the reason is that Philippines has a much more educated population base. So if we don't educate our people, if we don't make sure that they're skilled, you know, as more businesses come to Pakistan, they will not be able to find the talented, the skilled, and the educated human capital. So I think amongst all of the policy changes, 2 recommendations would be, 1, yes, focus on education. If you take care of education, I think the population will take care of itself, because a lot of the population growth comes from lack of education amongst women. And I think as women get more educated, the population growth tends to probably be similar to the rest of the South Asian countries, which is sub 1%. Ours is over 2%. And finally, I think you were asking about some policy recommendations. One thing I can say from experience is a robust and efficient justice system is very important for international investors. So for example, just a quick example from our experience, Pakistan is a signatory to the New York Convention on Enforcement of Foreign Arbitral Awards. We won an arbitration in New York a year ago. Normally it should be implemented in Pakistan within weeks. It's been over a year, and the justice system is so slow that we haven't been able to collect the arbitration award that we won in New York. And the judge several months ago decided to reserve the judgment, but 6 months later, we don't know what the judgment is. So these kinds of delays make it difficult for foreign businessmen to come and invest in Pakistan. So robust justice system, education, and population growth.
Thank you, Hussain. Tahir Bhai, question to you. Current crisis between the United States and Iran. What are the potential opportunities that you see that Pakistan has with all eyes on Pakistan?
Well, like I said before, I would say Pakistan, first of all, if Pakistan, not if, I shouldn't say if, when Pakistan will make this, successful peace talk to a conclusion, and other than Iran, in my personal views, Pakistan will be the biggest beneficiary of this situation. Iran being very next door, if the sanctions are removed, Pakistan can have its energy from Iran. If I remind you guys, like, there's one thing, Pakistan already gained a relationship with Iran. We did not have that kind of relationship before. So I remind you guys, a few years back, Iran was taking Pakistan to the international court and filing for $30 billion lawsuit because of the gas pipeline. Now, same dispute can convert into an opportunity because Iran has finished, I think, very close to the border, and they can, and probably Iran will finish the Pakistan side too. And that will be the solution to what I emphasized in a previous question of energy and electricity to make the prices, bring the prices down. So that's one thing. Then Pakistan side, being we don't have any trade with India where we were, sending our produce and vegetable and whatever the small farmers were growing, they were exchanging with each other. That can start this side, and easily we don't have any trade with Afghanistan right now. We don't have any trade with India. And if you are not doing the trade with your neighboring countries, you basically maybe throwing away a lot of product. Maybe farmers are not getting even $1 for the hundreds and thousands of rupees of crops. Are like, for example, the citrus is 90%, or I would say over 70% was going to Afghanistan. It's not going anymore. So there will be an opportunity like that. Then with the U.S., I think we openly, my opinion, we openly start talking to get some benefits out of this whole thing, which I would say $15–20 billion package, not for 2 or 3 years or multiple years with low interest, and forcing IMF to come down with American backing on the interest. So there's so much can be with the World Bank, and I don't think we can ask for grants anymore, not to this president, but there should be some grants too. And then if the Strait of Hormuz will open, that benefits Pakistan anyway because of all the fuel come through that. And then, I don't know, Asim said that maybe the remittance may not go down, but my doubts remittances will go down this year because the way it's shut down, if the way continues shut down a couple of more months, then we have the second largest population work there. So that can resolve right away. We, the remittance is the biggest portion of our economy. So there are multiple things, Pakistan gain out of that. If nothing else, what else? Look at this. I'll give you an idea. Vice President went to Pakistan, and they are, I think, either leaving any time, which we are hearing from different sources. To which country? Where still ambassador cannot keep the family there. Which country? Where you still go on State Department's advisory. Pakistan is still in the tribal advisory, but the Vice President went there and safely came back. So we are gaining a lot of good reputation out of this thing. I think Pakistan will come out great after this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I want to turn it over to the audience now. I'm sure there's some great questions from the audience. So is anyone wanting to ask our esteemed panelists? We have a hand up in the back.
Hi, thank you so much for this insightful panel. I was wondering, how do you think Pakistan can institutionalize the influence of globally connected entrepreneurs like Bilal and Saqib or Junaid Iqbal, or many of you on this panel? How do you institutionalize that influence to kind of drive growth back into the startup ecosystem in Pakistan? So in terms of like driving investment, talent and innovation into the country, rather than kind of relying on these individual networks of these people. And what do you think would be the implications of this successful institutionalization on sustained economic growth in the country?
Institutionalize, I don't know, other than what Mr. Sab said, that he's going to offer some scholarships for the kids like you to go back. But you know what? Pakistan taken some successful entrepreneurs or experts of its field. Pakistan has done that for years quietly. But unfortunately, I hope I'm not going to hurt somebody's feeling here. In previous regime, they were doing very less, but they are broadcasting too high. And there are few people who are very highly competent. They went to Pakistan and they were politicized and they were discouraged and in some cases insulted. So, and this regime, I know personally, they have really personally went to different countries and brought some people back. And so the only way is because we still have socially we are not I would say, polarization is pretty high. So if one guy will come over there, he will be criticized a lot. But that's not how we should do that. We should just quietly bring them and use them. And I 100% agree with you that we administratively, we are doing good by using, I would say, maybe the retired generals to lead. But when you really want to make the impact, let's say in the financial sector, we have to take some, or we have to take some, like the people who has done the job and they know how to do it and they will do it right. Yes, you did a very right question. We have no solutions to pick what they call the brain drain. What Army Chief said, we will do the brain gain. So they need to start the brain into gain.
I'll just add to that. I think in order to institutionalize, we need to plug in our entrepreneurs and our venture capital industry into the global network. There's been very little global venture capital investment from Pakistan. At the Harvard conference a week ago, we had the founding partner of Gobi Ventures. They're a $2 billion fund, and they are heavily focused and looking to invest in Pakistan. When people like them invest and they have 2 or 3 success stories, we can market that broadly. One of the challenges in Pakistan is exits have been hard because the local stock market is not as robust. The local M&A market is not as robust. So there haven't been that many venture capital exits. Kareem was one of the few, but Kareem was still Dubai-based. Uber bought it for $3 billion. When we see more of those, when we see more international global venture capital coming into Pakistan and being successful, we will be able to market the Pakistan venture capital story and entrepreneurial opportunity much more effectively.
What is the issue? How can you resolve the issue of the pay system in Pakistan?
Yes, we already have a question.
Okay, well, we'll
take 2 questions.
I appreciate your time. The panel was really interesting, but I have a very important question when you talk about creating jobs and opportunities. I feel like it's uneven in case of Pakistan. I'm from Balochistan, and unfortunately, Balochistan is the most alienated province. And I wanted to ask the panel that when you talk about creating opportunities, how do you see how to evenly distribute it in case of Pakistan, and how to cater the provinces like KP and Balochistan and the youth of Balochistan, knowing that Balochistan, 60% of the population in Balochistan is youth and they are unemployed, and the internet conditions are so bad that I get to talk to my family once a week. So how would you cater that situation over there, and how can private companies play roles in catering that need? Thank you.
I'll address it, but I don't have a very good answer yet. So I think you're right. That's a very good question, and one that we would love in the business community to be able to address. For example, we have 10,000 employees in Pakistan. We have 4,500, about 4,000 in Karachi, 5,000 in Lahore, and 1,000 in Islamabad. Why? Because that's where we get the best human capital, the trained, educated human capital coming out of the good universities like LUMS and FAST and IBAs and so on of the world. And then we have the infrastructure, the telecom, the internet infrastructure, and the road and travel infrastructure because we go. So in order to see more employment from companies, like we would love to set up a center in, let's say, Quetta or whichever city in Balochistan where we have the best human capital. But what do businesses seek? They want safety, security, reliability, infrastructure, and human talent. And ultimately, that's up to the government and the policymakers to provide that. We would go there in a heartbeat if we felt safe and secure and there was educated people that we could hire. We even tried to do that in Peshawar. We opened a small facility with 300-400 people, and there's no reason why we couldn't do that in Balochistan. But unfortunately, I think there are many challenges that the government has to address, which the private sector simply doesn't have the ability to address. And again, it brings me back to education. You said there's a lot of youth, there's a lot of unemployment, and I think there's also lack of education, good education opportunities in Balochistan, which really I think the policymakers should address, make sure the children, not just in Quetta, but all over the province, have an opportunity to get a good education, especially the women.
I'd like to add to this. You may think the majority of these back office jobs are in Karachi or Lahore, maybe. Yes, there are a bunch of them in Lahore, but I don't think Karachi has the second biggest. There are more jobs in Kashmir today.
Yes.
So when you see that if Kashmir can have these back offices job, KPK can have. KPK tried their best by giving them some subsidies and low price electricity even back then, and they gained some. So KPK has some, Kashmir has a lot of them. Of course Punjab, because Punjab's infrastructure is a lot better. So when it comes to Balochistan, you know what, it's very, yes, we can talk as much about Balochistan. None of the Balochistan provincial government even tried one step towards that. They never market to it. They never reach out to the companies. Sometimes I believe that maybe the provincial governments has their agenda. They don't want the other people to come and create jobs in their area. Now, and within, I think, a month, they learned it, and their pay scale went from 25 to 100,000 rupees. It can be done too. You don't need someone with a very formal education for data entry jobs. So we can get
out of time for our panel. Appreciate everyone. Please give a round of applause for our panel. Ryan, we'll hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Umar, and to all the panelists. That might have been one of the most insightful conversations I've heard in a while. Appreciate it. Yes, please, thank you. My round of applause. With that, I would like to invite the third panel, looking back, looking forward, reevaluating Pakistan's position on the global stage. Mr. Ghazal Hashmi will be moderating and introducing the panelists. Thank you.
So I invite the panelists. Please welcome Dr. Akbar Ahmed on the stage. Tamanna Salim, please come on the stage. Dr. Imran Sharif, please come on the stage. And Dr. Asif Khalil.
Federal government it's the federal government's job to redistribute economic opportunities to the provinces, right? I mean, KP's provincial government pressured the federal government with electricity because they have that leverage. But at the same time, they didn't get electricity back. It's the federal government job. They're
It's never about KP or those things we're doing the so this is an excuse.
Ladies and gentlemen, another important session. The topic is looking back, looking forward, re-evaluating Pakistan's role at global stage. So Pakistan has sought to position itself not merely as a security-centric state, but also as a responsible regional actor and a global facilitator of dialogue. But, however, this diplomatic role is unfolding different internal challenges. In this session, we will discuss all these challenges and other related issues. So I have a very excellent panel, and I want to introduce with you Dr. Akbar Ahmed. You know, he's a famous author, playwright, filmmaker, and former diplomat. He is currently a professor of international relations and holds an Ibn Khaldun Chair of Islamic Studies at the American University School of International Service in Washington, D.C. Dr. Ahmed served as the Pakistan High Commissioner to the UK and Ireland. He has been called the world's leading authority on contemporary Islam by BBC. He also served as an Iqbal's Fellow, Chair of Iqbal Studies at the University of Cambridge. Thank you, sir. Tamanna Sarikuddin is an adjunct senior fellow in the Indo-Pacific Security Program at the Center for New American Security. She is also a senior advisor at Cambridge Global Associates with a focus on Indo-Pacific security. Sarikuddin has served U.S. Institute for Peace as Director South Asia Program and Senior Expert on Peace. She served over 12 years in U.S. government, focused on South Asia and conflict resolution from 2000, conflict resolution. She was a senior advisor to Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan at the U.S. Department of State. From 2011 to 2013, she served as a Director for Afghanistan and Pakistan at the National Security Council, focusing on U.S. security interests across South Asia. She also served as a political officer at the U.S. Embassy in Islamabad and as an intelligence analyst on South and Central Asia. Thank you very much for coming. Dr. Asif Qadir, our third panelist. Dr. Asif Riaz Qadir is a renowned diaspora leader, physician, writer, and political analyst. He is currently the chairman of the Qaeda Foundation. He is the former president of the APNA South Texas chapter, the general secretary of Central APNA, and the executive director of the APNA Foundation. He gives analysis on the issues related to American and Pakistani politics on different TV channels. My fourth panelist is Dr. Imran Sharif. He is a distinguished physician, philanthropist, humanitarian, and community leader whose work bridges medicine, public service, international diplomacy, and community development. Dr. Sharif has built a respected medical career in the United States while maintaining strong ties with Pakistan, actively contributing to humanitarian initiatives and strengthening bilateral relations between the two nations. Mr. Sharif is a respected media commentator and published analyst, offering insights on public health, policy, and international affairs across prominent international platforms. So my first question, Dr. with you. So, whether Pakistan's role as a mediator signals a sustainable shifts in global relation?
Thank you. Let me start by saying what an honor it is to be on this panel, this very distinguished panelists, and with such a distinguished audience. So this is a great question because I've spent a lifetime studying Pakistan. And Pakistan has become somewhat of an enigma for outsiders looking at Pakistan. For the last 2 or 3 decades, we've had the image of Pakistan as a terrorist, Pakistan a violent society, people wanting tourists not to go to Pakistan. And yet, in the last few weeks, we have seen Pakistan center stage on the global stage. And full marks to the leadership of Pakistan for understanding the opportunities and taking them with boldness and with courage. And I often think of a statement made by Quaid-e-Azam, because for me, the reference to Quaid-e-Azam is crucial to understand Pakistan today. Quaid-e-Azam had said that he expected to see Pakistan as one of the greatest countries in the world. You may remember this statement of his, Dr. Saab. This intrigued me because over the last several decades you saw Pakistan struggling, and you saw some of our neighbors hoping that Pakistan would trip, fall, and never rise. And I just used to hold my breath and say, when are we going to see Quaid-e-Azam's vision? And you saw glimpses of that in the last few weeks.
where Pakistan was playing a part on the stage in the kind of frame that Quaid-e-Azam had in mind. And what did he have in mind? Go back to his speeches. People say he didn't write a book, he wasn't an intellectual like Allama Iqbal and so on. But go to his speeches and you'll get a very clear idea in terms of what he wanted for Pakistan. He wanted to remove corruption, feudalism, nepotism. He wanted special care for the vulnerable and the poor. And he wanted the smaller provinces of Pakistan, this is very important, Balochistan, the frontier, to be brought up into the mainstream and given top priority. These are things that I can substantiate maybe after this session when we are talking, but this was in his vision. And so to answer your question, we are really seeking, in a sense, the fulfillment of Quaid-e-Azam's own vision for Pakistan. And that can only be achieved, that ideal, if we remember the tips he gave us to be able to implement that vision. We summed it up in those 3 words: unity, faith, and discipline. And you will see a lot of faith in Pakistan. People are very religious, they say their prayers. As far as unity is concerned, you know yourself what challenges we have. If one Pakistani does well, everyone will try to pull him down. There's still the curse of provincialism, Punjabi, Pathan, Majid, it's still there. And as far as discipline is concerned, I don't have to remind you that when there's food on the table, even in a public function, you'll see how people charge for the table and there's no discipline. So these are things that we have to remind ourselves and maybe look at ourselves closely in order to implement a vision given to us by our founding fathers. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So, what are the most critical strategic priorities Pakistan must adopt to strengthen its position as a credible global mediator despite economic and geopolitical constraints?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for allowing me to be on this panel, and with Dr. Ahmed, who throughout my career I've learned so much from. I think it's always important for us to sit and reflect. You titled the panel "Looking Back, Looking Forward," so what are the lessons learned? Obviously, for Pakistan, this is a proud moment, an opportunity. But I would argue this is not, everyone's looking for that one turning point where Pakistan's going to turn the corner and somehow, be a player on the global stage. I would argue that it's actually a matter of perspective. That Pakistan has long been a player on the global stage, right? That if you think about what W.E. Du Bois wrote about African Americans in this country, that they have a double consciousness, that they see themselves and their legacies in a very proud way, but maybe outsiders and the majority community sees them in a very negative way. I think we can apply that in many other instances. If you talk to Pakistanis, if you go to Pakistan and travel, it's a very proud country. It has lots of resources. It has a lot of capability, human resources, that the previous panel talked about. I think, unfortunately, for the last, you could say 2 decades, even longer than that, I've spent the last 20 years in the US government working on US-Pakistan relations. There is a perspective globally, a conventional wisdom that sees Pakistan through a negative light. Now, is the solution to that to run to and fro and convince everyone to change their perspective? I would argue that's not going to work, that as much public relations work as you do is not necessarily going to change the perspective. I think it is about, as Dr. Ahmed talked about, you have to be confident in what you're doing. I think this moment, why you're seeing some success in the mediation, is a confidence, a newfound confidence that we haven't seen necessarily before. But you also have to embrace your own diversity, your own multitudes. Pakistan's not by any means a perfect country. And I think having that confidence is really important. I would say the most useful frame is to not think of Pakistan as the strategic partner, right? It doesn't need to be a US strategic partner. It doesn't need to be a Chinese strategic partner. It has rather become a country that can talk to all of these countries, right? It can talk to the GCC, it can talk to Iran, it can talk to the US, and it can talk to China. And so whether it is, as the ambassador at the top talked about, your geography or your history, but it may just be your own relationships that have been forged because of your military strength, your economic positioning. All of these things come together to offer you a unique opportunity here. I would note that Pakistan has previously also done mediation, so maybe look back as well. I mean, whether you talk about Nixon going to China, obviously. I myself was a participant in the Murray talks, not as public, those are secret talks, but that was also the military, the Pakistani military and your foreign office hosted the US, the Taliban, and the Chinese in very substantial talks that took place. And I think what's really important there is it wasn't about your economic strength or weakness. It wasn't about being a strategic partner. It was looking at your relationships and your ability to thread the needle, right? So right now you're seeing Pakistan threading the needle between Iran and the US. Now, I think there's two questions. Can you continue to do that balancing that you're doing with US and China? That's very important. But also, can you forge your new relationships, whether they're in the Gulf? A lot of people have talked about Pakistan becoming part of the Middle East. I would say, you know, embrace your South Asianness, but keep open the pathway to the Middle East, right? You have to keep your strengths and work on expansion. But also the EU, working through the new GSP+, all of these things have to translate into benefits for people at home. It can't be that you are mediators for a moment and none of it translates into anything for Pakistan.
Thank you. I think you have raised a very important point that balancing the relationship with the regional and the global powers is very important. So I will ask a question for Dr. Khalid. Doctor, is Pakistan better understood through its crises or resilience?
In order to answer that question, when was not Pakistan was in crisis? It was always in crisis, one after the other. But the miracle of this Pakistan is, by giving our ambassadors, Rizwan Saeed, that he said that, which we all heard, it was given 3 months only to survive. And then he said that it is now close to 80 years that we have survived. And the resilience of Pakistan lies what Akbar Saab has just said. America was made and by George Washington through a bloody fight, and then he's good of his heart, he made the democracy. Mausetan had a cultural war, and he made China. And Nelson Mandela spent 30 years in prison, and then finished the apartheid. But father of the nation, Qaeda Muhammad Ali Jinnah, did not do all these 3 things. He did on law and constitution. And that's the beauty and the miracle of Pakistan. That it was made on principle, on law. Father of the nation himself said, no power on earth can undo Pakistan. Today I feel I am proud of Pakistan. My homeland is America for over 40 years. But my motherland is still Pakistan. And look where Pakistan is today. Pakistan in the conversation of the global stage. India is not part of the conversation. So all these miracles which has happened in Pakistan, its creation right from the beginning. So I think the word crisis was not the potential of Pakistanis inside and outside Pakistanis immense. The resilience of Pakistani inside and outside the Pakistan diaspora is tremendous. And I think maybe this is the beginning of a nation getting into the right direction. America took 250 years where it is. 80 years is the beginning of a nation. What lies ahead in next 100 years for Pakistan, it is time to tell. But I think the beginning has started.
Thank you, Dr. So we have talked about the crisis, we have talked about the resilience, but all the crises bring opportunities. So Dr. Imran, what in this current situation, what the opportunities do you see for Pakistan playing as a leadership role on the global stage?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, I want to congratulate Valenfer for having such a wonderful event, and I'm honored to be here. First, I just want to share, we're talking about looking back and looking forward. Looking back, when I had my high school, I had my med school, I learned politics, local politics. Pakistani politics is different than the rest of the world. So I learned over there, I learned about the economy, and after leaving my motherland as an overseas Pakistani, established, and then trying to understand the geopolitical situation and where Pakistan stands and what are the opportunities and what can be done. Where I see Pakistan standing is not because it happened overnight. I think it happened over a period of decades. Just to give you an example of what overseas Pakistani has been doing over a period of last, at least I can say 20 years. I don't think that there was a significant presence of overseas Pakistanis in the US 40 years ago. But for last 20 years, or 20 plus 25 years, we have been getting established in the Western world, getting educated, getting businesses established, and then at the same time trying to understand the political scenario in the Western world and what's its implication in Pakistan and how it affects Pakistan in all different scenarios. So now what has happened with the Iran and US issue and the crisis, and Pakistan was selected to be the mediator. And this happened all because of all the work that was laid down by all of us, by overseas Pakistanis, and all the work that was done by Pakistan. And at the same time, there was another incident happened last year, which was this similar time frame when the conflict happened between India and Pakistan. At that time, Bunyad al-Masrooz, and we were on Capitol and working with the lawmakers over here and trying to have them understand the position of Pakistan, and we are the peacemaker, and we want to resolve these issues as a peacemaker. And that is, I think, maybe the start of getting to this position. And I think US allies looked back and they saw us, how open we were and how we're trying to resolve that issue, and that led to this current situation. So I think probably at this time, we being a mediator globally between US and Iran, now the next step should be Middle East. I think that's been conflict since the inception of both countries, or even not both countries. Palestine has been there for some time, Israel is a newer one, and try to resolve that issue. And I think that's going to take some time and some effort. So I think that will be number one. Then trade, that will be something between China, Russia, and Gulf. So we have to expand on that and continue to work on that. One very important area where Pakistan can be a leader is voice of the future, climate leader. And Pakistan goes through these climate issues every few years, or you can say every year. 2022 was the issue, when we had flooding, and then after that we lost so many housing and areas, and other issues happened. And at that time, myself was involved, my foundation was involved, the foundation that I worked with, we built houses one after another. But if we want to resolve all these issues, we have to be the voice and the climate leader. And we have to be involved in peacekeeping mission with United Nations. That's important. And I think just not to focus on Middle East, not to focus on this current issues, Gulf. I think we have to go beyond whether it's Africa, where obviously there are a lot of things that are happening in that region, and security. Obviously, we are in very close alliance with Saudi Arabia, and as you noted that during this conflict, Pakistan have made several statements that we are standing, and if something happened to Saudi, we'll be on the forefront. Same with Turkey and Egypt. So Pakistan has a lot of opportunities at this time, and all this happened over a period of decades. It didn't happen because of this particular incident. I think the world has been watching what all of you are doing, what we are doing, and we are getting.
I think you want to comment?
Yes, I teach on campus at American University, and every term there's a new batch of young American students who come to my class. They're 18, 19, 20 years old, very bright, at a university with a bright future. And initially I begin to ask them questions about how much they know about the world of Islam, which is what I teach. So I ask them, I say, have you heard this name, have you heard that name? And with some regret, I will share with you that when I say, have you heard the name Muhammad Ali Jinnah or Quaid-e-Azam? No one, literally no one, except the South Asian students, maybe the Bangladeshi, Indian or Pakistani, they put up their hand. So the work you're doing, I really applaud the work you're doing. It has to be continued and fully supported, because this is a great challenge and the community must step up, because to me, understanding Quaid-e-Azam is really understanding Pakistan. Our identity, and I believe this very strongly, is tied up to the vision of Quaid-e-Azam. For example, people talk of Pakistan as a religious, fanatic, violent country. And yet, when you quote Quaid-e-Azam's first speech in the Constituent Assembly, remember he gave 2 speeches, you quote the first and the second. It's one of the most extraordinary speeches by any founding father. And I've written on this, comparing it to Jefferson's own vision and making that comparison. Both founding fathers, both lawyers, both struggling to be able to project their ideas onto the nation. So that's my number one big point. Number 2, the Pakistani character comes through again and again when I say the enigma is removed with the essence of being Pakistani. I watch the journalists who go from America, they've been going for this mediation process to Islamabad, and the one thing that comes across, the American press will ask them, what did you take away from Pakistan? What struck you the most? And again they'll say the hospitality, and the warmth of the Pakistanis. And that's one thing, even the Indians, because they criticize Pakistan for being very poor, about to collapse economically, but their personal hospitality and their personal persona is something that they have to acknowledge. So I would simply say that if we can continue sharing the wealth that we have, Quaid-e-Azam is a very rich legacy of ours. If we can continue sharing it, I think we will do well, because a lot of work still remains to be done, judging by my students who come every year. And once they hear about Quaid-e-Azam and the kind of man he was and his stature and his achievements, they're absolutely amazed, because I say the history of that time in South Asia had these giants. It had Gandhi, it had Nehru, it had Mountbatten, which also had Mr. Jinnah, and we want to restore him to that position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My question was with you, but I will come again. Tamanna, how does Pakistan's strategic partnership with China influence its diplomatic flexibility in engaging with Western powers?
Great question. I mean, I think the conventional framing often, especially in Washington, is one that your relationship with China, your all-weather friendship with China, it constrains Pakistan's Western relationships. But I would argue that the reality is far more interesting than that. That the China relationship has often been, in some ways, Pakistan's insurance policy. It allows you to be more confident, in some ways, on the world stage, no matter how estranged, and we've seen the ups and downs with the West and with Washington, no matter how estranged Pakistan has become with Washington, it still has another capable leader, a power leader. And it's not so much that Pakistan has changed, but the world is changing, right? We're in a shifting international world order. It's not the unilateral US order. And now we have our major powers as US and China. And so Pakistan is figuring out, it's always a moving target, but how do you actually use your strong relationship with Beijing, at the same time keep that historic relationship you have with Washington? And so that is, it's as personalities change, as administrations change, it's day-to-day, something new. But I think for Washington, at times, Pakistan's access to Beijing is worthwhile. Your knowledge of Beijing, your knowledge of the Chinese, I think last spring showed, this was probably the best commercial for Chinese military hardware that the world had seen. And so in those ways, that access and that knowledge of Beijing come in handy for Pakistan. So it's not always a constraint. I would argue that the biggest constraint is probably the economic one, right? Your dependence on CPEC, your dependence on Chinese-built energy, et cetera, can be, it hasn't become yet, but it can be a constraint going forward, and that's why diversification is important. That your military hardware, your energy production, that it is not all, your technology, your tech base is not all controlled single-handedly by the Chinese. So that's, whether it's indigenous production, whether it is having different buyers that you buy from the Chinese, you buy from the West, you buy from Europe, it helps Pakistan have a stronger, independent international outlook.
Thank you. I think so far Pakistan performance in balancing out the relationship is good. So, Dr. Saab, you are the writer, you are the community activist, and you are the diaspora leader. So one question about the diaspora. Can Pakistani diaspora evolve from a remittance provider to a global strategic influencer?
Very good question. The remittance of Pakistani to Pakistan, that's the question. Before I answer that question, Akbar Saab has made reference twice to me about Qadi Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. And the reason he is doing it, that we have established Qadi Azam Library in Houston. The sole purpose is to promote the legacy of Father of the Nation, Qadi Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah. And there is an invitation from the Qadi Azam Foundation to Akbar Saab so that you visit there. There is also an invitation that we can collaborate to make Jinnah film again better than anyone who has made of Jinnah. And the reason is because media is the way to propagate that. And it's true that Pakistan diaspora in America, USA, Middle East has given remittance to Pakistan. But that was 20 years ago. You could say that was the only thing Pakistani diaspora was doing it. But if I take you 20 years from there to now, a lot of things have happened that Pakistani diaspora has done beyond remittance, because that's the not only thing we do. And in order to qualify that, it'll be better I give you real examples than giving an abstract answer. So 20 years ago, an issue of education was a big issue in Pakistan. It is still there. And I joined a pop star, a singer Shahzad Roy's Zindagi Trust to transform education in Pakistan. For 20 years, we worked on them for changing the curriculum. During this time, a lot of diaspora made many schools that you have gone and donated money. There are several schools have been established. But we have found out in 20 years, roughly 10 years ago, that the result of all these schools that we have made has been negligible. So we got together again and we understood the reason the results is not good because they don't have good teachers. And through a program that we brought several years ago under Zindagi Trust Durbi, which was to certify the teachers. Not only to certify these teachers, then have a license exam that they pass that. Similarly, we do as a doctor, you are board certified, than the state licensor. And when these teachers went to these schools, suddenly the result was 99 percentile of those students who were having these teachers performed better than anywhere. Pakistani diaspora, and one of the person who joined big time is present here, is our ambassador Sada Kamar. He joined me in raising funds for this transformation of education school. This is not remittance. This is the lifeline that Pakistani diaspora has done. On the healthcare sector, Dr. Naseem Ashraf knows, we started telemedicine. That's not remittance. That is highest technology, cutting technology, giving telemedicine to Pakistan. The hepatitis C initiative we did. The polio initiative we did. And during COVID, the vaccine, the Pakistani diaspora provided it. Because all the people who were in Saudi Arabia, they told us they will send them back unless they are vaccinated. That was not remittance. That was actually Pakistani diaspora coming and doing and helping in a different way. But that was not only that part. In the United States of America, the influence of Pakistani diaspora in the power corridors of Washington, D.C. is immense. I gave you one example of mine. 20 years working with Congressman Sheila Jackson Lee. When the floods came, she went to and supported the flood victims, tents. And Lord behold, when she came back, 1 hour she spoke in the power corridors of Washington, D.C., in the Congress, and I quote, and she said, I could see water and water eyes could see. That was not remittance. That was Pakistani diaspora in print in this country, influencing the lawmakers. And then the IT technology, our business like Khansa, his business in there. You saw from Hussain that he has employed thousands of people. And the biggest thing which we have done, we have given our culture of our food. Like Houston known the food city of United States of America, the sports, the cricket, the world we have given. We all know, people know about our football, the FIFA. And we have just seen the football which is going to be there was displayed here. So I say, remittance was a part which is going on, but Pakistani diaspora has done much more with that. To that I'll say, the Pakistan diaspora is the biggest asset Pakistan has outside Pakistan.
Thank you, Dr. Nasheed, it's the same question, but what diplomatic strategy should be adopted by the Pakistan to strengthen or enhance its global influence, and what Pakistan diaspora can do in this regard?
I think this is a really deep and a good question. Current situation, Pakistan holds a really respectable position on the global stage. So at this time, I think what diaspora needs to do is, and I'm talking about the US, and obviously we can utilize the same concept in the Europe or the Western world, because that's the most influential as compared to Middle East or other parts of the world. Get yourself, number one, well educated, whether, that's globally, means that we have a lot of students over here. Get yourself well educated, get yourself well educated in Pakistan, and once you establish over here, get into the political arena. I mean, that is the key. And as long as we have enough representation in Congress and Senate, then we can make things happen, whether it will be for the local politics or for Pakistan or bridging the gap between US and Pakistan. So I think that will help Pakistan grow, shine globally, and make a huge impact. So I think that's the key.
Thank you, Dr.
I just have a two-finger on
Yeah, please.
diaspora, if I might.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's great. I grew up in a community full of Apna doctors who, really were the makers of this community, who came from Pakistan and built the communities. But I think if you're talking to students here at Georgetown of Pakistani origin, you have to learn to understand how foreign policy is also made, right? I have so many people who have goodwill and lots of money, and they come to me, when I was at the White House, why can't Pakistan do X, Y, and Z? Because they don't understand necessarily how foreign policy is made. I agree on the Hill, for sure, but I think invest in your young people so that you actually have scholars of foreign policy, that we're not just reliant on Dr. Ahmed, that we have scholars who are doing research, who are influencing at think tanks, at universities, in the halls of power, foreign policy power, writing foreign policy articles. You will not be taken seriously until you are in all of those places. And there are Pakistanis there, but there are not enough of them. And on the flip side, how many people, you have so many Pakistanis coming on Fulbright to the US, but how many Americans are going to study in Pakistan? We need to have Americans going and doing research and living and studying in Pakistan. And that's the only way you're going to gradually change the dialect.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing over here. I think you made a great point, but let me just give you the life story, what I've gone through. So I'm a doctor by profession. Means the only thing I know about is medicine. I learned politics in my med school. So I was running political parties over there, so I'm not going to point any which party. So I was running the show over there, so I learned what are the phases that you have to go through, troubles, and how you get pulled in different directions. And then once I became an overseas, or you can say in diaspora, I learned about the US politics on my own as being a doctor, and nobody taught me about any of these things. And right now, I've got pretty significant amount of friends in Congress and Senate, and we can influence them. And I can give you an example. Last year or 16 months ago, one of my congressional friends was very upset about Pakistan-China relationship, and openly said to me that you guys have to back off from China, otherwise you will not support it. And I'm talking about foreign affairs committee. And now things have flipped. So you just have to learn, and this is not going to happen. Even if you will teach them to go to a political school, they won't be able to learn. They will learn from the book. They will understand the concept. What is, say, alliances, or what is hedging and what not, a big term, but they will not understand what happened on the ground. For what's happening on the ground, time will tell. You have to keep doing it on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Imran. I've asked Dr. Ahmed to sum up this session, but let me ask the question. Do the internal, we are happy with that what Pakistan is doing now, but do the internal political and institutional challenges in Pakistan affect its ability to become an reliable international partner?
The presence of Pakistanis overseas, particularly in the United States, has a huge impact on the relationship between the USA and Pakistan. We've seen this. We've seen the trajectory, we've seen the rise and the fall over the years. We've seen the time when President Ayub Khan came here to Washington, and he was received at the airport, and he was given a state dinner by the Kennedys. We've seen how Jackie Kennedy came to Pakistan and was taken through Lahore in an open car with President Ayub Khan standing next to her, and the people of Lahore throwing flower petals on her. Can you imagine that scene again? I know with all your great work with the state, but you can't imagine it. So we have to ask ourselves this question: how are Americans seeing us? Overseas Pakistanis, we've done very well. We have examples on this panel. People who've been very successful economically, who made an impact as entrepreneurs. But it is critical to also understand this particular society. And in this, don't look at yourself all the time. Look outside the community. Look at the communities that you're competing with. Look at the community from India. Look at the community, the Jewish community. And then you see how far you've traveled and how fast you have to move to keep up with it.
And then that will help you become faster, sharper, and more coherent as a community. I always see the Indian community in particular, because they're from our part of the world, how they're coming abroad, how they're integrating, and I am just amazed that you turn on your television and they're hosts. You hear commentary on health, there they are talking as doctors. We have doctors, brilliant doctors. We have brilliant entrepreneurs. Get them out into the mainstream so the Americans see them and normalize them, because otherwise, I go back to my earlier point, there is a cloud over the image of Pakistan, whether you like it or don't like it, or how great you think Pakistan is, it is there. And that is the enigma you have to challenge and dispel. You cannot just pretend it doesn't exist and go away. So people are very often worried about Pakistan. Again, I go back to my students. When I talk to my students about Pakistan, and last week we had Dr. Mariam Sayed, the first secretary of the embassy. She came to my class to talk to them. She spoke very well about Pakistan, the beauties of Pakistan, the culture of Pakistan. But this thing about the violence and the image kept coming up again and again. It's there, so we have to be conscious of that and challenge them. And there I would say that we have one very important feature. People are, in America, very concerned about Pakistan and its religion. To them, Islam is a big question mark. They don't understand Islam. If you have any doubts, just Google it and look at what Americans think of Islam. 60% think that Islam and American values are incompatible. These are the polls here. And Islamophobia is not something, a figment of our imagination. It exists. So how are we tackling that? Because Pakistan identifies itself as an Islamic Republic. And I go back to Qaeda-e-Azam. I go back to his understanding of his faith. A man who began as ambassador of Hindu-Muslim unity was in fact the embodiment of a modern Muslim as defined by Allama Iqbal. Iqbal wrote to Qaeda-e-Azam and said that there's a storm coming to India, a storm coming, Tufan aa raha hai, and you are the man who will lead the Muslims and save us from that storm. Why did he do that? So let us look at Qaeda-e-Azam and see how he understood religion. To him, religion meant looking after the poor, looking after the vulnerable, not being a corrupt society, not having nepotism, not being corrupt and feudalistic in societies, and always showing compassion to the low and to the vulnerable. Now, these are virtues which to him was Islam. And that's something we can convey to our American friends who will appreciate it, because if you see the founding fathers, and I've studied the founding fathers of America, they were all concerned about us. Washington wrote one book, one slim book. And you know the title of that book? Does anyone know the title of the book? It was How to Promote Civility and Decent Behavior. That's what he was concerned with. A good American, a noble American meant someone who was decent in his behavior and was civil in his behavior. It's a great example of civility. And that's what we have to do, to say that we have that model. The ideal Pakistani is exactly like an ideal American. That is the point we meet.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, and thank you, Tamanna, and Dr. Sabir. It's a wonderful discussion. Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very important session, the last session, and I request you to sit and listen to what our esteemed panelists would say. But our keynote speaker, Ambassador Sadar Kampar, was supposed to deliver his speech at the end of the session, but he has casual fact we are behind the schedule. So I request Ambassador Sadar Kampar sir to deliver his keynote remarks now. And Ibrahim, please come and introduce our keynote speaker.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So now for our closing keynote speaker, we have Ambassador Sadar Kampar, who I am very honored to introduce today because he comes from Houston, where I'm also from, and Sugar Land in particular, where I live as well. Day for many years. Ambassador Gumber is a national security and foreign policy expert who was named the first ever United States Special Envoy to the OIC, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. He also sits on the advisory board of the National Security Institute in Washington and is a frequent writer and speaker on national security matters, global economic paradigms, and civic engagement. Over the past 40 years, Ambassador Gumber has founded a dozen enterprises and completed multiple successful exit transactions for his companies, bringing deep experience in board oversight, senior management, and strategic relations. His first book, I believe, hits Amazon in mid-July, to be followed by 6 more titles, including American Harvest, Democracy and Capitalism, A Crafty Combination. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ambassador Sundar Gumber to the British Press.
Good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the leadership of the International Academy of Letters and South Asian Policy Research Initiative at Georgetown University Ward School of Foreign Services. They have brought us together this afternoon at a time when international systems is not merely evolving, but undergoing a great redefinition. One that requires us to look beyond immediate events and understand the structural forces shaping long-term outcomes. Over the last few weeks, I have outlined 3 related concepts and got it published through National Security Institute in Washington, addressing issues surrounding the war with Iran. Today, I take a step further by outlining Pakistan's advancement from peace negotiator to structural architect within the international system. Ladies and gentlemen, in periods of geopolitical transition, history does not reward the largest states, nor does it always reward the strongest military. It rewards nations that understand the direction in which international system is moving and position themselves before others are forced to react. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan is now entering such a moment. What we are witnessing today is not a sequence of isolated developments. It is a structural shift in how the international system organizes itself. The United States remains the most powerful country in the world and will continue to be so for a long time to come. Yet, the system around it is changing directionally, not incrementally. Ways shaped by rise of China, the increasing assertiveness of regional actors, and the gradual transformation of US-led global order established since World War II. It is not disorder, it is transition. We are observing a reorganization of flows, energy, trade, maritime routes, and now cross through a single strategic system stretching from Eastern Mediterranean, the Gulf, into South Asia and Central Asia. These regions no longer operate as isolated theaters. They behave as interconnected structures that must increasingly regulate collectively. The tensions we observe today are not recent developments, but part of a longer historic arc. Civilizational competition did not begin in the 21st century. It has shaped perceptions, institutions, and strategic behavior for centuries. What we are witnessing now is the reemergence of deeper structural patterns under modern conditions. Today, China is rising with confidence at a scale that cannot be easily grasped. Regional actors are asserting themselves with greater independence. The United States remains central to global stability, yet it is also navigating internal definitions. Europe remains economically integrated, but politically fragmented and strategically uncertain. What we are witnessing is not collapse, but gradual strategic diffusion. Recent events in West Asia reflect a period of sustained strategic pressure. For more than 4 decades, countries such as Iran have faced economic and military constraint, yet they remain operational and adaptive. This reflects a deeper principle. Power is not defined solely by systems and institutions, but by society's ability to absorb pressure and sustain coordination under constraint. The current moment in West Asia is not another cycle of crisis and relief. It is a test of whether the region can move beyond episodic de-escalation towards durable stability. Recent peace talks in Islamabad signal movement from crisis management towards structural engagement to, inshallah, final agreement. Actors are communicating through coordinating channels rather than isolated contacts. This shift in conduct matters. Pakistan today occupies a unique position at the intersection of South Asia, Central Asia, the Gulf, global maritime routes. It connects energy corridors, trade systems, strategic pathways in ways few countries can replicate. But connection alone does not produce stability. In fact, in highly interconnected systems, connectivity without structure can amplify instability. What stabilizes a system is presence of anchor state. Countries capable of absorbing shocks, maintaining continuity, and sustaining engagements across competing actors. This is where, ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan's roles must be understood. Pakistan's position is structural. It sits at the conversion of energy flows from the Gulf, trade corridors linking Asia, overland routes into Central Asia and Western China, and maritime access through the Arabian Sea. At the same time, it maintains working relationship with Washington, Beijing, Tehran, and the Gulf states without structural exclusion from any one of them. That combination is rare. In a fragmented system, rarity translates into strategic value. And another anchor state combines a security individual capacity and technological development into integrated system capable of working under pressure. Security architecture does not follow economic development. It precedes it. Without credible deterrence, capital remains cautious, infrastructures remain vulnerable, and long-term investment lacks confidence. Stability is the condition that makes development possible. Countries that have successfully navigated transition, like Singapore, through governance, Turkey through industrial capacity, the United Arab Emirates through capital deployment, and Israel through security-driven innovation. This demonstrates that when security, industry, and technology align, capability compounds over time. Pakistan's opportunity is not to replicate any single model, but to integrate these elements within its own context, leveraging scale, workforce, geography, and security architecture into build a system that is internally coherent and externally relevant. Coordination among Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and the Gulf states and Pakistan is becoming increasingly structural rather than episodic. Defense cooperation, technological exchange, and strategic alignment reflect shared interest on long-term stability. I describe this emerging model as Islamic Security Cooperation, in short, ISCA. ISCA will not be an evolving system shaped by today's dire necessity for the Muslim Ummah. It is not a formal alliance or a signing of a treaty, nor it is directed against any external actor. It is a coordination framework rooted in stabilization. This is very important, what I'm saying now. Across 57 Muslim majority countries, the concentration of resources is structurally significant. Approximately 60% of a global oil reserve and more than half of the global natural gas reserves, alongside dominant shares in key commodities, belong to the 57 countries. In purchasing power equality terms, their combined economic scale approaches $30 trillion, comparable to that of the United States. Yet the scale is not proportionately in global financial influence, in capital allocation, nor in institutional mechanism through which long-term economic power is exercised. The Ummah today needs a 10x stealth security force, reflecting latent capability that requires institutional architecture, capital governance mechanism, stabilization frameworks, and coordinated investment strategies to convert above resources into a sustainable power. In that framework, Pakistan's role becomes fully defined, not merely as a connector, but as an anchor with an emerging global system. Ladies and gentlemen, the Western-led order is entering a phase of relative scattering power, not collapse, but redistribution. The bipolar structure of the past is giving way to more multipolar environment in which regional systems operate in parallel. Global power will remain important, but regional coordination will increasingly determine global stability. Here I must say, Israel's belligerent conduct must be mitigated. Remember, Steve Witkoff, stating on national television, said that Israel is just a one-bomb country. A formidable deterrence is sufficient for the Ummah and for Israel to behave and let the region live in peace. The question is not whether Pakistan has a role. The question is whether Pakistan will define its role or allow others to define. Ladies and gentlemen, the enduring framework exists today because of where we are with this war. Execution now matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Sada Kamba, for your closing keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, without any delay, I invite the panelists of the last session on the stage. Mr. Khurram Sadad is the moderator. He is a senior journalist and the president of BAPA, it's a journalist organization of USA. Please come here. Dr. Khalid Mahmood. Dr. Khalid Mahmood is an activist and philanthropist. Fawzia Kasuri Sahiba. Dr. Amjad Saqib. Please, Chief Laik, come on the stage. And Dr. Naseem Ashraf Sahib.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to have you all, the distinguished guests, the panel. Since we are about the time, so I will try to, as much brief I can. I will refrain many of the comments. So we'll get started. Where my eyes are. It is an honor to welcome you all at this important conversation on rethinking human and social development in Pakistan. At this time, when nations across the world are redefining progress, Pakistan faces a pivotal moment. Beyond economic indicators, true development today is measured by the well-being of people, access to the quality education, healthcare, economic opportunities, and above all, the dignity and inclusion. Pakistan has immense potential, a young population, resilient communities, and growing global footprint. Yet, challenges such as inequality, institutional gaps, and social disparities require us to rethink traditional approaches and adopt many inclusion, innovations, and sustainable models for development. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be joined by an exceptional panel of leaders and thinkers. I have Dr. Khalid Mahmood, entrepreneur. I have Fawzia Kasuri. She's entrepreneur, social activist, educationist. I have Dr. Amjad Saqib. He is the figure and the face of Pakistan. We have Dr. Naseem Ashraf. He has served Pakistan in many leadership positions. Each of them brings a unique and valuable perspective from governance, philanthropy, to policy, media, and public service. So let's begin, and I hope from here we'll have a thoughtful, honest, and forward-looking session. So before we get into the question, I want to take a moment to have opening statements. It will be brief statement because we are a little late in time, so I respect people's time here. Brief introduction of yourself and your statement on the topic that we are talking about.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the administration and Hashmi Saab for giving the opportunity to join the panel of my two good friends and apologies. I am a physician by profession and a nephrologist by specialty. I don't practice medicine anymore. But one of the questions which I was actually supposed to answer, I answered because I have to leave early. I apologize for that. That's very relevant, because the question that was raised is that what are the gaps in policy and implementation in Pakistan government. And I'll take this moment to share my experience. I was involved with a startup with the help of our esteemed gentleman here, Tahir Javed, who was supportive, and we started this dialysis company. We developed a dialysis machine in Pakistan. And just tell you what the breakdown between the policy and the implementation. That when we developed the very first medical device manufacturing facility in Pakistan. And to the extent when we went to grab, they said, we don't even know how to do the inspection of this. I said, okay. We gave a couple of our own American engineers to train them and explain them, so they devised the policy. Guess what? The people who came through the inspection were different than who actually developed the policy, and they failed the same people who actually gave them the policy. So honestly speaking, whatever the policy development is done, the implementation team, there is not a cohesiveness or any communication. That's one of the big challenges there. The second issue, no, the machine, the approval has been done, machine is even approved, we have FDA approval in US, so we're selling here. But guess what, in Pakistan, so this Sehat card, which is actually supposed to provide for these services, and they are providing the consumption for the hemodialysis. So we approached them that why don't you reimburse for the peritoneal dialysis, much better option. But the point is that one line I would say, the problem is not the right people for the right place. Though. Unfortunately, from the top, the people from the, I would say even at the ministerial level, their profiles are very different than what their expertise are. And down to the bureaucrats and the downwards, not a lot of people understand their respective departments. So we try to reach out to the chief minister, and Tahir knows so many people there. We try to reach out to the health minister, chief minister, and I don't know how many, and still struggling. So I would say before I leave, that honestly speaking, there is so much that we as physicians, non-physicians sitting here are willing to do at our own cost to further progress. But there has to be certain policies and their implementation and execution and the cooperation from the local government and institutes in order to encourage people. Because when we share this story, people just say, okay, so what is the advantage of going back? So whoever can convey this message and has some channels for whatever struggle we are doing since this morning, so there has to be a message provided to the Chief Minister in Punjab and the Health Minister that this machine which has been developed in Lahore, manufacturing being done in Lahore, now we have FDA approval and waiting for the Senate card for I don't know how long to start the reimbursement. I apologize once again, I have to leave, but I just wanted to convey this message. Thank you so very much.
So this is what I wanted to give an opportunity to Dr. Saab. So thank you so much. Such a pleasure, honor and privilege. I'm just to sit next to you and talking to you. So let's get formal into the question and answer so we can have some meaningful dialogues. I will start with Dr. Abdul Saab. I'll start with you. Your work has touched millions. How do you see compassion-driven models shaping Pakistan development future? And realistically speaking, while sitting in Washington, can interest-free microfinance be scaled nationally without losing its core value?
Thank you very much, sir. First of all, I truly appreciate the invitation extended to me. This is a very, very interesting question. In your opening remarks, you talked about innovation, creativity, compassion, financial inclusion, development, dignity, all those things. So let me
very humbly state that as an institution, we work for all these. And coming to your question, at the heart of all these efforts, there is compassion. You know, on one side of the spectrum is the market economy or the capitalism, and you see that 2 billion people on this planet are just struggling with $2 a day. And on the other side, there is a system which comprises of, charity, goals at making people dependent, parasites, beneficiaries. So I think the world needs a different kind of a system which ultimately makes us an inclusive society, socially inclusive, social inclusion, political inclusion, and economic inclusion, financial inclusion. So what I would like to, share is the story which you are saying, which absolutely comprises on compassion and the desire to give somebody. So when we started in Pakistan, we wanted to alleviate poverty. And then we thought that there are two sections in Pakistan, two sections of society, one comprises of haves and one comprises of have-nots. This led us to an incident in our history 1400 years ago, when Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, when reached Medina. So there were two similar sections of society, the Ansars and the Muhajirs. The Ansars were the residents of Medina. They were well-to-do, rich people. And the Muhajirs who immigrated from Makkah, they were penniless. So what happened? Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, presented a wonderful model which he named as solidarity with the poor, or mabakhat, or akhuwat, or brotherhood, or sisterhood, which in fact is the compassion. So these two sections of society joined hands, and as a result of their relationship, both of them arose. So the Ansars took hold of the Muhajirin and offered all assistance, love, and share. So taking cue from this event, we tried to experiment that in Pakistan, 50% people are poor and 50% are not poor. So if we are able to inspire the 50% who are haves to be compassionate, to think that whatever they have been endowed with is the blessings of Allah, so why don't we share it with others? So as a result of that, we created a fund. The haves contributed a big amount of money. We, as an institution, became custodian of that fund and then started giving interest-free loans to the poor people, so that instead of being beggars or instead of just asking for doles, they should be economically active and start their businesses and come out of poverty, and ultimately they would also become the Ansars. And they will reciprocate. Now, your question is, can it be replicated here? Scalable. Can it be, is it scalable? Scalable, we just started it with the first loan of $100, and today, alhamdulillah, we have been able to disperse 1.7 billion US dollars. And the recovery percentage of all these loans is 99.9%. So it means it is scalable. There is a section of society which is willing to give. On the other hand, there are people who are trustworthy, who are bankworthy, and who will return that amount. So there are two basic assumptions. And in any society, if on one side there are people who are willing to share all their happiness, all their belongings, or all whatever they do have, with less advantage. And the second assumption is that a society must have people who are poor, but they have self-respect and dignity. So in any society, if we're able to find these two characteristics, this type of program can be started. if there are these two sections of society and there is a one entity which is connecting both of these.
Well, I can make a
Please.
So we have tested it in Afghanistan, not of the larger scale,
Yeah.
but the similar replications have been made. Can you share the mic?
Similar applications have been made in India, in Nigeria, and many other countries. They are experimenting with the same. And even in the United States, there is a tremendous space for such kind of initiative. It's not a difficult thing. You just need to find these two sections of society and just inspire them to enter into the bond of solidarity. So I'm sure that it is crucial here.
I do have a follow-up question, but I will come back. I'll report it for now. I will come back. We have the face of the community. Anyone who knows the woman voice in America, always think of Fawzia Qusur. This is such a huge blessing for the Pakistani migrant community to have a woman like you who is always there to help people, always there to help promote soft image of Pakistan. So let me get into the question that I have for you. So this was the episode, using education as a tool. What policy priorities should Pakistan focus on to accelerate human development? And how can gender inclusion be made as a central pillar rather than a side conversation?
Assalamualaikum, good evening. First of all, thank you for being too kind. I'm really honored, mashallah. I have Dr. Amjad Saqib and Dr. Nasir Ashraf on both sides. Huge names for the work they do, and I have to say at the onset of what I'm about to talk, I'm not a development economist, but my perspective will be very different, but I have seen their work on the ground, and mashallah, tremendous contributions that you have made in Pakistan for the welfare of the people. I'm a student of political science. I'm still learning today, and by training I'm a social worker. I am an activist because I was a founding member of a political movement in Pakistan way back in 1996. And this was a movement which was called the Pakistan Justice Movement. And I'm one of the founding members. And I was heading the women's wing of this political party for 18 years. It's like too long a time. So I've actually worked on the ground. Whatever I had to give, whatever I had to learn, whatever I had to share, it was actually right from the grassroots level. And social development is a subject which is very close to my heart, Khurram. I'm always happy to talk about it. And I think that there is no denying that education is the tool that we have to empower everyone in every country. It's not just relevant to Pakistan, but no economy is sustainable. There can be no growth anywhere until and unless you have good literacy rates, and education is a must. It must be provided by the government. Now I know there are NGOs, there's lots of good non-governmental organizations that help, that set up schools in Pakistan, that do a lot for Pakistan. But given that the most that the government of Pakistan has spent on education is 2%, close to 2% of its GDP, which was way back in 2018. Currently it's less than 1%. And that's not fair. And I do remember, because I was watching that, a very honorable Prime Minister, Shahbaz Sharif Saab, he was addressing a group of diplomats and lots of development partners, ministers, and he declared, in 2018, he declared an education emergency in Pakistan. And he actually said that he was taking it upon himself that he would make sure that we could get the 26 million children who are out of school in Pakistan, that we could get them back into the classrooms and make it a possibility, right? Exactly a year later, in the federal budget, the education budget was slashed by 44%. So I don't even think it's a contradiction, but I think it just shows the level of seriousness that our governments would give to education. It is an imperative, it is a must. And there are so many things that can be done. We talk about it, that rhetoric is very good, but when it comes to budgets, when it comes to funding these projects, then the implementation is very poor. And that is why we have a very, very low human development index in Pakistan compared to even our neighbors, like India and Bangladesh. And I think that this really needs, the message needs to be hammered at all times. It's almost redundant because so much has been written about it. You know, the figures are the same. The progress is so slow. The rhetoric is always high. The promises are very lofty. But when it comes to implementation, it's very bad. We need to definitely, and when we're talking about bringing children into, so many millions of children in Pakistan, providing and funding public education, definitely, Khurram, like you said, the inclusion of women is very important. Half the population of Pakistan comprises of women. More than half actually, perhaps 52% from what I last knew. And women need to be brought into the mainstream of perhaps everything that's happening in Pakistan, from you know, any field that you name it. They have to be there, but they have to be given education first. Balochistan presently, there's 75% of school-going girls from the age of 5 to 16 are out of school. KPK, there's only 32% literacy rate for women, whereas for the males it's about 62-63%. We have to provide education for the girls also. And of course then there are those disparities between the urban and the rural areas. So public funding is very important, especially at a time right now, and I'll be very brief and I'll then hand it over to Naseem Bhai. Pakistan presently is enjoying the kind of international standing that we had never imagined, and that has not happened, at least as I was growing up. So this is all wonderful. But all this prestige abroad has to translate. It has to be felt at home. The children of Pakistan, you know, I'm a very passionate person, my husband is always telling me you cry a lot. But I do get emotional, so please pardon me. But I really think that those children have a right to be in school. I'm fine with the defense spending and I'm fine with other expenses, but all the non-developmental expenditures have to be slashed. They have to be cut. We have to make a provision in our budgets for education. That should be the top priority for Pakistan, along with healthcare, of course, along with family planning. I mean, there's so much that can be done. The potential is there. The talent is there, the brain is there, and there are people like Dr. Amjad Saqib, not only with what he's doing, and I have seen his work on the ground, actually. I'm very fortunate that for a brief time I was, you know, working with them and seeing what they were doing. I have worked with the displaced person in Waziristan, with women. I have gone to the length and breadth of Pakistan and I've sat with women. Women in a city like Quetta, which is a big city of the largest in Balochistan. And when I was campaigning, and I was actually, my part was civic engagement for these women. I was trying to tell them how important it is for them to vote for the right people. They don't even know what vote is. They actually didn't know, they were so innocent. I felt so bad that this is the city of Quetta and these women don't know what an election is. So there is a lot of training, educational, schools, vocational training, the world is changing, and there's just so much that can be done, and I don't want to hog this conversation, so I'll give it to Dr. Naseem Bhai.
Thank you so much. Sort of straightforward conversation coming from your heart. We can see in your eyes. Dr. Naseem, thank you so much being here. You have seen many things behind the road, very good for the decision maker. So just for the audience, anyone who knows Pakistan cricket who know the things that are happening in Pakistan. After Prime Minister, President, MPC, everybody knows the chairman of PCB. So that's how you have been a part of the decision-making circle, and you have been a many different leadership roles. So my question, from your experience in institutional leadership, what are the biggest structural barrier to human development in Pakistan? And also, how can governance reform improve service delivery in sectors like healthcare and education?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Just like in Pakistan, education, human development is perhaps on the bottom of the agenda, if not completely missed. I would be less than honest if I did say that today's last session of human development is a footnote to this beautiful seminar that was organized by my dear friend Bazalfar. It is because security always trumps human development. That's the sad story, the tragic story of Pakistan. 1% of the richest people of Pakistan control 20%, 25% of the bank deposits. 1% control 20% of the arable land of Pakistan. 1% control 16% of the immovable property of Pakistan. मैं कोई economist, I'm not an economist, and I'm not an academic, but I have spent the last 40 years of my life, and I'm proud of that, out of which 11 years were full-time in Pakistan, and just like Fawzia Behan, traveled the width, length and breadth of Pakistan. Human development is not now just a moral or a social issue. We heard today everybody, all the specialists, the experts talk about security of a nation not being just the traditional security of military or territorial security. It is also non-traditional, or what we call human security. And in that, I'm afraid, Pakistan, having achieved unbelievable things ever since independence, as Ambassador Saab said this morning, उन्होंने तो कहा था 3 महीने के बाद ये मुल्क खत्म होके they will come crawling on their knees and beg us to let us Nehru said it. But Pakistan achieved spectacularly, except where its people's basic rights of education and health were concerned. And the reason for that is, you ask anybody, and I'll tell you on the ground what I saw for 30 years in Pakistan. The problem is not at the bottom. It's implementation, yes, as Fawzia Behan said. The problem is the mindset. There is lack of political will. Yes. Because there is no, it has been persistent right from the beginning. There was a joke, I don't know if it is true or not, that when the first cabinet was formed under Jinnah Sahab, when it was taken to him, he noticed and he asked, where is the education minister? So naam hi nahi tha. So let me just say that if you have time, and I am thankful to all those people who have been sitting and so patiently waiting for this thing, it's just those who are speaking and their families. But that's good enough. And I'm so happy to see the ambassador back here, and I think for his closing remarks. I know his personal commitment to the cause, but let me just, if I have 30 seconds, then we can ask in the second round, we can talk about what we did on the ground. The key factors for the structural barriers, as you said, and which can be overcome. If I forget, please remind me to share the case study of the Pakistan National Highway Police. If they say that Pakistan is full of corruption and inefficiencies and can never achieve a management success, in that terrible morass of problems, the National Highway Police is a shining example that has been studied in Harvard case study to see how they achieved it, and how they achieved it was very simple.
Same with 1122.
It was governance. They said everybody will get a ticket, no journal, no minister, nothing, everybody will get a ticket. Train them well, give them good, governance. So lack of political will from the top, not just one government or two governments, everybody. They don't believe in it. The prime ministers always tell you, we used to fight over this. They used to always tell you, fiscal space nahi, fiscal space nahi. Oh Baba, you are subsidizing to 3 trillion rupees a year for your government subsidies. For things that don't run. And you don't have money for the teachers' training or for the women's. You know why girls don't go to school in Pakistan? Besides not having a school, 50% of the schools for girls do not have a bathroom.
Absolutely.
And they can't go.
Very good point.
So, then there are upside down policies. I'll give you one health example and then the education. Health, very simply, ischemic heart disease has become important, and in adults it is the most common cause of death. I'm amazed to hear that. But in the young people, the biggest cause of death in Pakistan everywhere, if you look at the entire population, are preventable diseases. If you just provide safe drinking water, you can cut child mortality by 30%. Okay. How do we not do that? Immunization, we are the only country left, although it's because of the advance, but we are the only country left which still has polio. All of these things, despite all of this preventable disease burden, where do we spend the money? On tertiary care. Because it is very sexy. It is very important for the ministers to show that मैंने अपने हल्के में CAT scan लगवाया. I used to tell them this. You don't need a CAT scan, please, मत लगाओ. If a child gets sore throat, if you don't treat it with 5 rupees of penicillin, there are cardiologists sitting here, my friend Rana. If you don't treat it with 5 rupees of penicillin, 10 years later that child will have a busted heart valve. And then you will spend 25 lakh rupees on replacing the heart valve. And those who have voices in parliament, those who have voices in the media houses of Pakistan, they say, fine, this is okay. As we heard today, in the 50s and 60s, Pakistan had a higher per capita income than even China, not just India and Bangladesh Sri Lanka and these countries even. The South Koreans used to come to Pakistan in the 60s, and my mentor, my guru, who put me on this path of serving the poor, Dr. Mehboob al-Haq, Allah Nasib Kare. He used to make the 5-year plans for the South Koreans, but they did implement them equitably. They created education. When we went to the Samsung factory in Seoul, every single PhD in that plant was a South Korean PhD. They took great pride in telling us that. Wrongful policies, but the biggest lack of political will, which translates to what Fawzia Ben said, there is totally shameful allocation of funds, budget for social sector. The World Bank and UN recommends that the social sectors in a developing country should allocate at least 10%, which includes 6% for, at least 5 to 6% for education and 4% for healthcare. In Pakistan, the education system is a discriminatory pay if you can system. When there are 4 tiers. The biggest tier is the government schools. There are 700,000 government schools and 700,000 or more now, which was my time, probably million teachers. This is more than the Pakistan Army, by the way, in terms of soldiers. This is the weakest. But this is where the battle will be won or lost. ये NGOs का काम नहीं है. NGOs नहीं कर. They can create centers of excellence and models. But the NGOs, no matter how big it is, do not have the breadth and the scale to be able to affect or reach even 120 districts. I will talk about that, but I'd like to stop here, and then I can explain to you what can be done.
Sure. Ambassador Saab, aapki ijazat. I wanted to ask a follow-up question which will be the closing remarks. Is it okay? Because I know we are top of the hour, and
not a damn back and back.
I respect people's time because it's already 6:15 and we are still sitting here and talking. Dr. Saab, we have seen your work, we have witnessed your work. I was in Pakistan, I have seen witnessed your work. I have seen people here in State Department, all those places, people do recognize your work on the ground. How do you see your work promoting soft image for Pakistan? So that's the question, and you can also include closing remarks in the discussion.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. The point is, as I told you, that we just started with the first loan of $100, and after 25 years, what we have achieved is, alhamdulillah, miraculous, that we have been able to serve 4 million families. So all those families getting interest-free loans and starting a new, phase of life. There are many reasons. I absolutely agree with our mentor, Dr. Naseem Ashraf. Political will and poor governance. These are the two major obstacles which hinder our way towards prosperity, progress, of being an enlightened society. Actually, I am basically a civil servant. I was a civil servant. And very soon I realized that there is no space for innovation, creativity, and out-of-box solution. So instead of, quote-unquote, wasting my time there, fighting with the lack of political will and the poor governance, so we started banking on the civil society. That let's create a model. Very rightly said by Dr. Naseem Ashraf, the NGOs, civil society organizations are here to create a model. And it is the state responsibility or the private sector which can take that model to scale. So what we have done is a successful model. Now, how can you imagine, we all say that Pakistan is doomed, everybody is dishonest, there is no integrity, people deceive. But in this sea of corruption, how Hukumat-like institutions have become the island of virtue. Our recovery percentage is 99.9. Would you like to compare it with any other private public sector institution? So what we have done is learning from our own culture, from our history, from our past mistakes. We ensured, we successfully created a model of financial inclusion. Now we present it to the government, and you will be happy to know that all provincial governments have started collaborations with us. So they have allocated substantial resources, and then they have asked us to implement their programs because they trust in our credibility. So the problem is huge, but the solution lies with an individual. If politicians are to be blamed, we are also to be blamed that why are we electing the same people again and again? What are we doing? Are we paying taxes? if in a country like Pakistan, tax to GDP ratio is just about 7 to 8%, then how can you expect that the 70,000 schools will be having, the clean drinking water, the furniture, and the good teacher? So, blaming government is one thing, but finding solution is, जब तक हम खुद अपने गिरेबान में नहीं झांकेंगे, तो फिर again reverting back, कि हमने कहा कि ठीक है, people don't give taxes to the people, तो अल्लाह के नाम पर तो वो दे ही देंगे, ज़कात तो वो दे ही देंगे, या अगर आप उनको ट्रांसपेरेंसी दिखाते हैं, तो फिर तो वो दे ही देंगे. But there is no harm in finding alternate solutions. Again, I'm coming back to my original thesis that we need to find creative solutions for poverty alleviation. We need to develop public-private partnership. We need to demonstrate compassion at the lowest level and political will at the highest level. And of course, without good governance, nothing can be implemented and executed.
Thank you very much. Ms. Bolyuk, so the closing remarks. I wanted to ask you a question. The blessing disguise. We know the opportunity there. We know the challenge there. We know the challenges in the region. It's India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Wherever you go, the challenges are the same when it comes to the education, empowerment, empowering the women. How do you see Pakistan's position in the region while you see the whole world is looking at Pakistan at this point? There are 400 journalists are going to Pakistan with the second talk is happening. How do you see Pakistan should capitalize the women empowerment, the education side of it, so we move in the right direction?
So like I said earlier, I think it is very important to include women. We need to have more representation, first of all, even in the corridors of power. We need more women represented, either through a direct election or those who are on the reserve seat. There needs to be a greater percentage of women sitting in the parliament where legislation is to take place. Secondly, this is no rocket science. And it has been said over and over again, and we've always heard it throughout our lives. When you educate a woman, you educate a whole family. Mother is very important. We're in a patriarchal society in Pakistan where, all these deep-rooted cultural norms where women are suppressed, where a male child will be given preference over a girl when it comes to even distribution of resources in your family. So we need to get rid of that. And like Naseem Bhai was saying, Dr. Ashraf here, it is about a mindset also. It is true, we have to change that mindset. But how do we change it? It can only come through creating more awareness, through education. So basically the main tool is education. We need to, of course, focus on healthcare for women. We need healthy mothers to create, to raise healthy children. And this is a subject that has a little bit of a taboo attached to it, and people don't like to talk about it in Pakistan, but family planning. I think that family planning should be a national issue. It should be in the national policy. And there should be some way of creating those awareness programs, because our population explosion is a huge burden on the economic resources of a country which is already struggling economically. So attention needs to be paid to that. And although we have wonderful NGOs working in Pakistan, and one, of course, the one that Dr. Saqib is running, but the thing is, no NGO, no matter how brilliant the charity is, it cannot be a substitute for government. Government has to come in, and especially, the scale of like 240, 250 million people. So we need to just focus on all that. Please include women, and I'm always for women empowerment, because women can always make a difference, and they always do.
Thank you so much. Rarsab just mentioned that private-public partnership. If you go to National Science Foundation, or any government entity here, just with the idea, you can $100,000 from the government because they believe in the private-public partnership. Do you think that this is the time for Pakistan to realize that we need to work on this revenue? since you have seen all those decision-making people?
Let me just share with you, I'll answer your question about population as well as the rest of it. But if you think that nothing can be done, that's not true. There are numerous examples and case studies of like the brilliant work that Dr. Saket is doing. It's unthinkable that you would have a 99% return of your loans with 0% interest, but that's because how you involve communities. The key in every social sector delivery mechanism, whether it's education or health, is involvement of the community at the grassroots. Teachers can be found. Similarly, health issues can be addressed, not needing doctors, but you can use simply health workers who you train, community health workers, and they can effectively also introduce family welfare as well. Just starting with this thing, this was something that we started in '85 as Apna said, as part of Apna's program that and I used to go from here, we had 4 regions of the country. Fast forward to '97, 10 years, we found that just actually for a cost of $1 per month per beneficiary, $1, the results showed after 10 years, the study was done by the American College of Physicians and UNDP. And the American College of Physicians awarded the best healthcare model for a developing country to this model, Apna scale. The infant mortality came down at that time from 110 to 60 in our villages. The maternal mortality, which was over 300 women dying in childbirth, is today even still, it's about 180. Came down just with dyes and the simple things to about 160. That led to the Human Development Foundation, and ultimately in year 2000, the government actually asked for a presentation on this subject. And based on that presentation that I gave, a National Commission for Human Development was founded, which worked for 10 years. And that's one of the other biggest banes of our development or country, and that is that the policies and actually the work is not continued. So you heard this morning continuity from Minister Iqbal. It is lack of continuity that stops even the best projects. You don't have to name them by anybody. Actually, when that government ended and I also resigned, I went to the Prime Minister and I said, I have resigned, I am not here for a job. My only plea, and I touch your feet, sir, is this program ko khatam na hone de. So it was not continued. But it's still there, but it's not being funded, so the work has stopped, basically. We created at that time an endowment fund, something that I had not known but learned in the US, with the government and our partnership, public-private partnership, an endowment fund with 500 million rupees, 50 crores. Today, because of management by professionals that we handed like we do here, that fund is worth 5 billion. And there is a board of directors, each of whom, these were 25 founders with me, each of whom had personally donated US $100,000 in the year 2000 for this fund. So, lot of, and the diaspora is there. Diaspora ne kabhi ye nahi kaha ki hum paise nahi dete ya hum commitment time nahi dete. I packed up my practice like you in 2000 and went to work in Pakistan. And those were the best years of my life from 2000 to 2009. Traveling all over, the constant request I would get from farmers, from women, from children was just one thing. वो कहते थे, आप इधर आ जाते हैं, हमारा भी टाइम ज़ाया करते हैं, I'm not exaggerating. आप हमें अंग्रेजी पढ़ाएं, हम आपसे अच्छे हैं. You see, look at the inequity of the whole thing. We create dependence dependence because the education system is geared towards the haves and the have-nots, from the top to the bottom. So I think this, and you know, when this National Commission started working, and it was established, it now even today has a human development support unit in every district of the country. And the literacy rate, when the work was started in 2000, was 44%. It went to 58% by 2008. And our projections were that if this would be allowed to continue, by 2015 the literacy rate would have gone to 78%, and by year 2020 we would have hit 90%, which is 100% literacy. So these kind of things, and as I said earlier, the National Highway Police example is another classic example of how right and good can be done, provided there is political will, and provided there is no interference, and provided there is good governance. And one last thing about policy, and then I'll stop. You asked what can be done for policy. The biggest problem is a top-down approach, for social sectors at least. Health, education, water, and sanitation. It must devolve to the district level and lower. Because when you have a district council and they are empowered financially, then you will see that corruption goes down because everybody knows everybody else. It's a local government. And those people will listen to their own people saying, "Nahi, Nazim Sahab, ये सड़क 1 करोड़ की नहीं बनी, ये 50 लाख की बनी है, 50 लाख आपके बहनोई ने जेब में डाले." I'm being very open because, as Foggy Man said, we actually saw these things on the ground, and the best time of my life was spending time in the remote areas. Because when you work with communities, you really work, and you are with real Pakistan. They are honest, they are straight, and Pakistan's potential is unmeasurable, immeasurable, if we simply empower the people. And I'll end with one story. This is a true story. In the 16th century, Taj Mahal, I think it was the 16th century, either 15th or 16th. In the same year when the Taj Mahal was built, the King of Sweden lost his wife also in childbirth. And the King of Sweden said to his people that today I make a pledge to you that after this, no woman in my kingdom will ever die of childbirth. And he created the midwives. The midwife dies. And what did we do? We built the Taj Mahal.
Not bad at all. Thank you so much. It is such a beautiful discussion. I can show you, we can talk another 2 hours, but I will stop here. There's no question and answer. Our panelists are here. You are free to talk to them after this event. And thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
So, thank you, Khurram. So, wonderful discussion. Thank you, Dr. Amir Sapri. Thank you, Fauziya. And thank you, Dr. Naseem Ashur. So, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the conclusion, and it's the closing remarks by Ambassador Rizwan Saeed Sheikh, and then we will close the conference. Sir, please come.
Assalamualaikum, and thank you, sir, for affording this another opportunity. As I promised that I'll come back, and here I'm back. As you can imagine, these days I'm slightly busy, so it's not easy to perhaps come back. But this activity was certainly important, and activities like this are important, particularly in these academic settings, because from these academic settings we expect not only discussion on the problems, on what went wrong and for how long it went wrong, but we expect solutions, as I was hearing Dr. Naseem Ashraf at the end of it that he was proposing solutions. So that is what is expected of it. As the ambassador of Pakistan, let me say, even if it is a confession, that yes, we have made mistakes. Otherwise, we would not have been here. This morning, we discussed the security side of issues. There is another security side, which is the social security side, which is as important as the kinetics. So the non-kinetic side of security is even more significant in today's world, which is looking at impending knowledge societies of tomorrow, where perhaps even the kind of education that we are discussing here would be rendered irrelevant. I mean, we don't need to create MAs and BAs in Urdu, Islamiyat and in English. We don't need that perhaps, but since we have a large pool of human capital, that is our capital in a world which needs human beings going forward in certain identified disciplines. What is happening over the past 7 weeks plus is developing into a consensus that the dice is being recast not just in our region, but broadly in the world. This is a strategic reset. So while confessing that Pakistan is not perfect, Pakistan, honestly, let me pronounce today, it will never be perfect. Perfection is a divine attribute as per our belief. So as human beings, we will never be perfect. But we can try and improve, and that we will try to do, particularly get hold of this opportunity. Let's utilize the opportunity that is being afforded to us by the developing, evolving regional, broader regional, global situation and scenario, and let's see how, while the world is going into a reset, while the strategies are being reset, how can we internally develop strategies through a mix and match of looking at the outside, looking inward. I mean, frankly, for a nation of 250 million with problems like climate that Madam Fozia was, population that you were pointing out, and climate. I mean, imagine in 2022, we had a major flood of biblical proportions. We borrowed to raise structures. Those structures were washed out in 2025, and we still have to repay the loans. These are the kinds of problems that we are dealing with. There are governance issues, there are political issues. The best thing is that if 250 million people come together, our diaspora comes together, our government shows the way, leads the way. If we can put our act together basically, then no problem, nothing is unsurmountable. Nothing in this world is unsurmountable. We have proven time and again, I shed more light on it this morning, that we may be the most resilient people on the planet. I mean, what has not happened to the common man in Pakistan for generations, I mean, but they have survived. Go to any market in any city, Apar, Shaalni, I mean, Boi Bazaar or whatever. Regardless of the situation, regardless of the 50-degree temperature, you would find people smiling, enjoying life to the extent they can. So those are the resilient Pakistanis which define Pakistan, who have been served. I mean, you and me have the option to come in and out of country. They don't. Frankly, they have to stay there, they have to live it, and they are living it. They can still make it if afforded those opportunities that we need to combine and come together to afford. I mean, the diaspora has to play a role, definitely. I mean, in a world of homelands and motherlands, I keep saying, this is your homeland, there is a motherland. Or repeated time and again, at least I have, कि आपकी माँ अगर बीमार हो, तो दो आपके पास choices हैं, take your pick. आप उसे बुरा भला भी कह सकते हैं, और आप उसका इलाज भी करवा सकते हैं। ये भी बता सकते हैं कि ये नहीं हुआ, ये करना चाहिए था, आपको कहा भी था कि आप ये दवाई ले लेती, ये ना करती, इस तरह. Or we can come together and be part of the solution. Pakistan is there to stay. I mean, what has happened and has bewildered the whole world over the past 7 weeks, that here is a country who is being, when I was last here, Pakistan was being described as a safe haven for a very, very wrong reason. It's a safe haven. Today, on the empirical evidence of the shipments that we have had in 1 month, transshipments in Karachi port, which we didn't have for the last whole year, on more empirical evidence on the developing situation in the broader region, Pakistan is a safe haven for capital, for investment, for activity which is industrial. Our demographics, with 65% of population below the age of 30, we can complement the world of technology here with our human capital in terms of the policies in vogue here, not even bothering to come here, staying there and still contributing. So there are opportunities, there are complementarities, and that country carries a promise. It has been the promise of Pakistan, called the potential, that has never ever diminished against all odds, no matter how heavily they were stacked against us. So that promise is there, and this time, with the developing situation, with the developing story in our region, this promise is now pregnant with profit. So we are not seeking any more aid, we are seeking trade. We are seeking mutually rewarding, profitable investment. And while the dice is being recast, there is prospect of profiting from the promise of Pakistan. And that is perhaps the takeaway. Let's come back perhaps next year at not so sensational a time, hopefully, that you always choose somehow for holding this event, and look back confidently with a degree of higher confidence that our country is on the right course. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we all are trying to repaint Pakistan. We all are trying to add new colors to the picture of Pakistan. We will continue doing this in the form of these kind of initiatives, in the form of dialogue in the conferences. Thank you all. And I request you to give a round of applause for Mr. Rai Khaled. Hassan is our partner and the president of South Asian Policy Research Initiative. Thank you, Rai, for doing that. Thank you all for, and thank you for all the volunteers who worked very diligently and worked very hard.
Including Krish.
Krish, very Krish. Thank you, Krish. Thank you.
Nihal?